Chapter 682. About 1,000 meters away from the eye of the storm, Duan Hai paused and glanced over at Yang Kai regretfully. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, Yang Kai suddenly wore a vicious expression and declared, "If I can escape this disaster, your Thunderlight sect can only wait for my revenge." Duan Hai's face went cold and no longer hesitated, throwing Yang Kai into the huge eye of the storm. Duan Hai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but the moment before Yang Kai's figure disappeared into the eye of the storm, he seemed to have seen a sly smile appear on his face. Su Chi caught up and stared towards the eye of the storm with a look of anticipation. "Brother, are you a little worried?" Su Chi suddenly asked. Duan Hai nodded slightly. "I'm still a little concerned about what Old Man Du said to me before. He shouldn't have any background." At this point, if he really had one, he would have definitely reported it. He's not a fool. Old Man Du should have made a mistake, Su Chi persuaded. "That's true." Duan Hai smiled lightly. Duan Hai smiled faintly. "However, it is true that we have destroyed a rare talent. We should carefully consider how to explain this to Old Man Du. If he really asks, just say he's in retreat. I think with Old Man Du's status, it's impossible for him to personally come to our Thunder Light sect to ask for him. After a few years, when the limelight dies down, I think Old Man Du will forget about him." "That's a good idea." Duan Hai sighed lightly. Duan Hai sighed slightly. "Let's wait a few days. This little brat's soul is extremely strong. In my opinion, it's not inferior to an ordinary transcendence. Even in this wind eye, he should be able to last a few days. After his soul is blown away, we can collect it and pry into his hidden secrets." "We'll listen to brother," Su Chi said excitedly. The two of them stood in place and waited for less than an hour before Duan Hai suddenly frowned, turned around, and coldly asked, "Why is a disciple here?" Su Chi also wore a displeased expression. "I've already ordered this place to be closed off for the time being. No one is allowed to trespass. Is this disciple deaf or blind?" Saying so, he impatiently said, "I'll go take a look." Duan Hai nodded slightly. Su Chi displayed his movement skill and flew away, but a moment later, he returned with a strange look on his face and said to Duan Hai, "Brother, Religion Master has ordered you to meet him. That disciple is here to deliver the order." "Sect Master?" Duan Hai was startled when he heard this, but quickly adjusted his expression and hurriedly said, "Then I'll go take a look. You wait here." "Brother, don't worry. I will keep a tight watch." Duan Hai quickly left and flew over to the disciple who had issued the order, wrapping him up and flying towards one of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's mountain peaks. This was the place where the Religion Master of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion usually rested. It was very quiet and had rich world energy aura, making it one of the best peaks in Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. "Did Religion Master say why he wanted to see me?" As they flew, Duan Hai asked the disciple. "Disciple doesn't know. Sect Master only said to ask Great Elder to make a trip there as soon as possible without delay." That disciple replied respectfully. "Did Religion Master break through to the Saint Realm?" Duan Hai suddenly thought of a possibility and asked excitedly. "That shouldn't be the case." Disciple didn't feel any fluctuations when Religion Master broke through. Duan Hai couldn't help feeling a little puzzled, wondering what kind of urgent matter the Religion Master had for him to summon him at this critical juncture. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's Religion Master, Xiaqing Yin, was a third-order transcendent master, but he had been stuck at a bottleneck for more than 100 years and had been unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. For the past 10 years or so, he had been in secluded retreat, not even seeing Duan Hai once in a few months, but now he had suddenly summoned him. Was it because of that little brat? Duan Hai's heart clenched as he felt that his worries were unfounded and ridiculous. Shaking his head lightly, he no longer asked any more questions and simply led the disciple forward. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Atop a mountain peak where the world energy aura was much richer than any of the other peaks, stood a single palace. This palace was built in a magnificent style and was quite imposing. This was the residence of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's Religion Master, Xiaqing Yin. At this moment, Xiaqing Yin was sitting at the head of the table with a happy smile on his face, enthusiastically greeting the two people in front of him. Even if they had disturbed him while he was in retreat, Xia Chengyin didn't dare show the slightest displeasure and instead treated them with courtesy. After ordering a plate of fruit and wine to be served, Xia Chengyin began to speak. Old Man Du and Songyan brother arriving together is truly an honor. Religion Master Xia is too polite. This old man is truly apologetic to have disturbed your cultivation. Duan seemed to have a lot on his mind, but after hearing these words, he reluctantly smiled, reached out, picked up a spirit fruit, and tossed it to Mina, who was standing behind him. Mina had also come with Old Man Du this time. She was looking around curiously, as if she was waiting for someone. Seeing this, Xia Chengyin couldn't help feeling puzzled, wondering why Old Man Du and soaring heaven sect Songyan had come together. Concealing his thoughts, he smiled heartily and said, Old Man Du is too polite. If Old Man Du wishes to visit my bright thunder spirit religion, he can do so at any time. Not to mention that I am currently cultivating. Even if I am dead, I will climb out of my coffin and welcome you. Duan forced a smile but didn't say anything more. With his identity as a saint great alchemist, there was really no need for him to exchange pleasantries with Xia Chengyin. Although he was the religion master of bright thunder spirit religion, in front of Old Man Du, a third-order transcendent was still somewhat unqualified. Xia Chengyin glanced over at the meticulous Songyan and felt a headache coming on. Although Old Man Du's status was so high that ordinary people couldn't meet him, he had an amiable temperament and wasn't difficult to deal with. However, this madman from Soaring Heaven sect was completely different from Old Man Du. Xia Chengyin couldn't understand why this madman had come to visit his bright thunder spirit religion. Could it be that someone in the religion had offended him? If that was the case, it was likely this madman would have turned bright thunder spirit religion upside down. Each of Soaring Heaven sect's 4 great madmen was a third-order transcendent, comparable to Xia Chengyin in terms of strength, and one of them was even a Saint Realm martial ancestor. It could be said that even in Tongxian Realm, Soaring Heaven sect was a great force that Bright Thunder spirit religion couldn't compare to. Offending such a great force, the only end for Bright Thunder spirit religion was complete annihilation. In a one-on-one fight, Xia Chengyin couldn't guarantee that he could beat this Songyan. Gently coughing, Xia Chengyin asked, Brother Songyan, has anyone in my spirit religion offended you recently? No. Songyan's expression was dull, his words as precious as gold. Then why is Brother Songyan? Xia Chengyin frowned slightly as he turned his eyes to Old Man Du, a look of inquiry on his face. Old Man Du laughed dryly. One does not visit a temple without a cause. This time, I have come with Songyan because I have an important matter to discuss. Old Man Du, please speak frankly. Xia Chengyin's expression became serious. We're here to find someone. Find someone? We're looking for a spirit great alchemist. Your spirit religion's elder Duan Hai should know where he is. 2 months ago, it was Duan Hai who took him away from my alchemist guild and hired him as an honored elder of your spirit religion. So that's how it is. Xia Chengyin suddenly understood. Xia Chengyin suddenly understood. No wonder they had asked to see Duan Hai as soon as they arrived here, causing Xia Chengyin to be on edge. After figuring out the whole story, Xia Chengyin couldn't help relaxing and smiled. You should have told me earlier about such a trivial matter. Since he is my spirit religion's honored guest, Duan Hai will definitely treat him with courtesy and treat him well. Good. I've been looking for him for almost 2 months now. Songyan heard this and nodded with satisfaction. For the past 2 months, Songyan had been searching for Yang Kai in Grand Boulder City, relying on the vague image his ancestral founder had left in his mind, but he had never been able to find him. Finally, by chance, he asked the Alchemist Guild and learned that Yang Kai was no longer in Grand Boulder City. Songyan was filled with annoyance. His ancestral founder had asked him to do such a small thing, yet he had still failed to accomplish it after 2 months. Immediately, he blamed Thunderlight for taking away Yang Kai, but although he didn't say anything, his cold eyes revealed an unpleasant aura. Soaring Heaven sect has a strong heritage. How could it lack a spirit-grade alchemist? Brother Songyan, if you come here to snatch someone from me, this religion master will not agree. Xia Chengyin smiled and shook his head, his words not malicious, simply expressing his attitude. Songyan heard this and said coolly, It's not me who wants to snatch someone from you. It's my ancestral founder who wants to see him. Xia Changyin immediately shut up. Duan shook his head and sighed, clearly annoyed. Although he had long guessed that Yang Kai's background was extremely strong, he hadn't expected that even soaring heaven sect would pay attention to him. When Sangyin came to the Alchemist Guild, Old Man Du couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. If he had known that Yang Kai had a relationship with soaring heaven sect, how could he have recommended him into Bright Thunder Spirit religion? What a stupid thing to do. It seemed that soaring heaven sect's ancestral founder had some kind of relationship with this little brat's sect. After learning that he had entered the world for life experience, he wanted to take care of him. Old Man Du thought to himself, feeling that this was likely the case. He hasn't come yet? Why is he so slow? Mina finished eating the spirit fruit and stared at the door, muttering with some dissatisfaction. Xia Qingyin chuckled, "Little girl, don't worry. Duan Hai should be here soon." "Who wants to see Duan Hai?" "I want to see Yang Kai. That bastard was so cruel as to leave me alone in the Alchemist Guild. This time I must teach him a lesson," Mina said angrily. Xia Changyin couldn't help feeling embarrassed. "Don't be rude." Old Man Du saw Xia Qingyin's embarrassment and scolded him. Mina pouted. At that moment, an aura quickly approached from the distance. "He's here." Xia Qingyin smiled lightly. A moment later, Duan Hai's voice came from outside the door. "Religion Master, Duan Hai has come under orders." "Come in," Xia Qingyin called out. Duan Hai nodded and stepped inside. After entering the hall, he was about to salute when he suddenly saw Sangyin and Duan sitting nearby. Duan Hai panicked and couldn't wait to turn around and flee. Sangyin appearing here was already very unusual. As one of Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 great madmen, Duan Hai was well aware of his cruel methods and powerful cultivation, so Duan Hai had always maintained a respectful distance from this person. However, Old Man Du's appearance here was even more surprising. Duan was a saint-grade alchemist. For more than 10 years, he had been sitting in Grand Boulder City, never taking a single step out of the Alchemist Guild. Each of the 4 nearby great forces had warmly invited him to teach their alchemists, but besides Soaring Heaven Sect, who had succeeded twice, whether it was Luosheng Sect, Ancient Moon Cave Heaven, or Thunder Light Sect, none of them had been able to invite him. Chapter 683. What frightened Duan Hai the most was that he had brought Yang Kai back to Thunder Light Sect from Duan. Just now, Su Qi had told him that a person of Old Man Du's status was unlikely to come to Thunder Light Sect. But now, Duan had appeared in front of him. Duan Hai's heart was in turmoil as he tried to maintain his composure, laughing as he stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Old Man Du," cupping his fists to the Sangyin. Duan Hai said, "Brother Sangyin." Duan nodded slightly. Xia Qingyin said, "Elder Duan has worked hard. Sit down." Duan Hai sat down, his expression a little unnatural because this Sangyin from Soaring Heaven Sect had been staring at him with a pair of hawk-like eyes, making him feel a little uneasy. Seemingly aware of this, the Sangyin's eyes became sharper. Coughing dryly, Duan Hai asked softly, "May I ask why Religion Master has summoned this subordinate here?" "It's nothing important," Xia Qingyin smiled. "Old Man Du and Brother Sangyin have come to Thunder Light Sect to find someone." "Find someone?" The uneasiness in Duan Hai's heart became even stronger, his face twitching slightly as he forced a smile. "Who are you looking for?" He had a bad feeling about this. "The young man you took away from the Alchemist Guild 2 months ago." Duan took over, his expression friendly. Duan Hai wanted to cry but had no tears to shed as he secretly cursed Su Qi in his heart. A character like Old Man Du had actually come to Thunderlight Sect to ask for someone, causing him to be at a loss for what to do. Although his heart was flustered, Duan Hai didn't show it on his face, his thoughts turning sharply as he tried to think of a way to resolve the current problem. "Elder Duan?" Old Man Du found that Duan Hai seemed to be lost in thought and couldn't help frowning. "Ah, yes." Duan Hai quickly adjusted his expression. "Is that little friend doing well in Thunderlight Sect?" Duan asked with concern. "Very well. I have sent a female disciple with excellent aptitude and temperament to serve him for the past 2 months. Honored Guest Yang has also refined a number of high-quality spirit pills for my spirit religion." Naturally, little friend Yang's understanding of the alchemic way far surpasses even this old master's. Hearing this, Xiaqing and Sangyan both stared at Duan in amazement, their eyes overflowing with light. This old master is not exaggerating. This is the truth. I think little friend Yang's alchemy skills must have been taught by a great master. Duan Hai's face paled. From Duan's words, he realized that he had overlooked a problem. Did that kid really have a very strong background? Or was he the disciple of some top-notch alchemist? Otherwise, how could Elder Du give him such a high evaluation? In that instant, Duan Hai's hands and feet were cold as he broke out in a cold sweat. This honored guest is so amazing. Xia Chengyin's interest was piqued, and he said excitedly, to be able to hire such a person, it is the blessing of our God's sect. Duan Hai, he could not afford to neglect the other party. We must provide him with the best conditions in the future. Otherwise, the Tsangyan brothers will steal him from us. Duan Hai's mouth twitched as he let out a hollow laugh. Subordinate will handle it. So where is he now? Elder Du and the Tsangyan brothers want to see him. Duan Hai, go invite him over. Xiaqing Yin's eyes flashed with expectation. He also wanted to see Yang Kai. He wanted to see what kind of person he was that he could receive such praise from Elder Du. Duan Hai's forehead couldn't help dripping with sweat as he sat still. Why aren't you going? Xiaqing Yin was a little displeased. He scolded lightly. Religion, master. Duan Hai's expression was difficult as he stammered. Right now. I'm afraid it's not convenient for him. What's not convenient? The Tsangyan, who had not spoken until now, suddenly asked in a cold voice, his expression not very friendly. Duan Hai's evasiveness and tone before were quite unnatural. This made the Tsangyan quickly realize something unusual, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Duan Hai. A trace of light flashed across his eyes as he asked coldly, could it be he had some kind of accident? No, he didn't have any kind of accident. Duan Hai quickly waved his hand. It's just that right now it's really not convenient. Duan Hai. Xiaqing Yin looked displeased. What are you doing? Elder Du and the Tsangyan brothers came here in person just to see that honored guest, yet you're still making excuses? This is not how my spirit religion treats its guests. Religion master, where is he now? Xiaqing Yin asked impatiently, knowing that if he continued to make excuses, it would only make the situation worse. Duan Hai grit his teeth and said, he's at the Wind Eye. How could he be at the Wind Eye? Duan's expression changed. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's Wind Eye and Thunder Eye, Duan had naturally heard of them. They were the ideal cultivation holy lands for a wind and thunder attribute cultivator. But why would Yang Kai, an alchemist, go to the Wind Eye? He said before that he needed to refine a spirit pill and needed the power of the Wind Eye. So he asked me to take him there. Duan Hai's mind flashed as he thought of a good excuse. The Tsangyan turned his eyes to Duan, a look of inquiry on his face. Duan nodded slightly. It is possible. When alchemists perform alchemy, they can often use the power of the world to achieve twice the result with half the effort, but this requires very profound skills and methods. Otherwise, it would be impossible to manipulate the power of the world. This little friend is really amazing. Duan Hai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that his excuse was really a stroke of genius. Since he is at the Wind Eye, why don't the two of you stay in my spirit religion for a few days and wait for that honored guest to come out? Xiaqing Yin turned to Old Man Du and the Tsangyan and asked. Old Man Du smiled lightly. This old master doesn't care. Tsangyan, what do you think? I want to see him now. The Tsangyan said coldly, his tone filled with indifference. Xiaqing Yin chuckled. Tsangyan brother, you must have heard that the Wind Eye and Thunder Eye are restricted areas of my spirit religion. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. If you go there now, you may disturb that Tsangyan guest while he is performing alchemy. How about brother wait a few days? What bullshit restricted areas? Tsangyan said in a disdainful tone. After he finished speaking, he released his powerful divine sense and didn't waste any more words with Lei Guang and Yang Kai. Getting up, he walked out of the hall and flew directly towards the Wind Eye. Hey, brother Tsangyan. Duan Hai was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. This uncle is quite impatient. Mina was eager to see the world burn, so when she saw the Tsangyan fly away, her face filled with worship as she urged Duan, Old Man Du, let's also go. Duan glanced over at Xia Qingyin. The latter's expression was gloomy. That Songyin not giving him any face made him very angry, but since the other party had already left, even if he was angry, there was nothing he could do. So after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Then let's go and take a look." Saying so, he also stood up. "Then I'll have to trouble Religion Master Xia," Duan said apologetically. Old Man Du is too polite. Xia Chengyin naturally didn't dare show any disrespect to this saint-grade alchemist. A group of several people hurriedly followed behind the Songyin, quickly approaching the Wind Eye. Duan Hai's face was pale, and his heart was a mess. He had thought that he could delay for a few days, and use this time to at least escape from Bright Thunder Spirit Religion and avoid this disaster, but he had not expected to fail at the last moment. If he tried to leave now, he would only expose himself and arouse suspicion. Following behind Xia Qingyin and Duan Hai's mood was complicated, secretly feeling that this time they were in big trouble. Not long after, everyone arrived at the location of the Wind Eye, with the Songyin taking the lead and being the first to arrive. Looking at the vortex filled with rich wind attribute energy, the Songyin couldn't help showing a look of dread. This kind of destructive power made even him shrink back. Looking around, the Songyin couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai, causing his face to suddenly become ugly. Su Qi, who had been left behind, was stunned, not knowing what had happened. After seeing Xia Qingyin and Duan, Su Qi panicked, pretending to be calm as he stepped forward and bowed before asking Duan Hai, "Brother, what happened?" Old Man Du and Brother Songyin came to see how honored guest Yang's pill refinement is progressing. Duan Hai replied casually. Su Qi's eyes flashed as he instantly understood the meaning behind Duan Hai's words. Brother and junior brother had worked together for many years, and although they couldn't be said to be telepathic, occasionally a simple glance or a simple sentence was enough for the other to understand what he meant. "Where is he?" The Songyin turned his head and stared at Duan Hai coldly. Duan Hai opened his mouth but didn't know how to answer, quickly turning to Su Qi and asking, "Junior brother, where is honored guest Yang? When I left, wasn't he still outside?" Su Qi understood and replied, "He went inside. He said it was more convenient for him to perform alchemy there." "He went inside?" Everyone paled. How did he go inside? Old Man Du's lips trembled, not to mention he's only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Even a third-order transcendent would die inside. How could you let him go inside? Su Qi smiled and said, "I couldn't stop him." Honored guest Yang said not to worry. He had his own means to protect his life. This. Duan looked anxious. The Songyin didn't say anything as he released his powerful divine sense and rushed into the violent Wind Eye. But after only a breath of time, he couldn't help letting out a groan and retreating a few steps, his face going pale. He wanted to use his divine sense to investigate the situation inside the Wind Eye and inevitably suffered some damage. His eyes flashing, the Songyin stared coldly at Duan Hai and Su Qi. "Did he go in by himself, or was he thrown in by you?" Xia Qingyin frowned and angrily said, "What does Brother Songyin mean by this? Do you think one of my spirit religion's elders would harm an honored guest?" The Songyin sneered coldly as his hawk-like eyes swept over Duan Hai and Su Qi, his aura gradually becoming more and more dangerous. Duan Hai and Su Qi didn't dare to look at him directly, both of them avoiding eye contact. Duan observed the situation and his old face couldn't help sinking as he recalled Duan Hai's repeated evasions and felt something was wrong. The people here were all masters among masters, so naturally they weren't stupid. Although Duan Hai and Su Qi were singing the same tune and weaving a watertight lie, they were still able to see some clues. What the hell is going on? Xia Qingyin's expression became gloomy as he coldly asked the two elders, "Brother Songyin is questioning my spirit religion. Explain it clearly to me." "Religion Master is wise," Duan Hai shouted. "Honored guest Yang's alchemy skills are superb. We should be treating him well. How could we possibly harm him?" Chapter 684. Su Qi also nodded. "Yes, he really wanted to enter the Wind Eye. I tried my best to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen. What could I do?" Songyin's mouth twitched a few times before he put on a fake smile and said, "That would be best. Otherwise, your Thunderlight sect will be destroyed." Xia Qingyin's expression became cold. "Songyin brother, this is my spirit religion's territory. Please don't be too presumptuous." "Shut up, all of you," Duan shouted, suddenly learning that Yang Kai had entered the Wind Eye. Duan also felt uncomfortable. If he had known that he would encounter such a dangerous situation, he would never have allowed Yang Kai to come to Thunder Light Sect as an honored guest. Right now, the safety of little friend Yang's life is the most important. "Tsangyan, what did you sense just now?" Duan turned to Tsangyan and asked. "He's still alive, but his aura is a bit chaotic. It doesn't look like he's performing alchemy," Tsangyan replied faintly. Duan's expression became ugly as he glanced over at Xia Cheng'an, Religion Master Xia. "It seems that entrusting him to your spirit religion was not a wise choice. If he is lucky enough to come out safely, I will bring him back to the Alchemist Guild. I hope Religion Master Xia can understand." Xia Cheng'an nodded with an ugly expression. Duan had already said so. Even if he wanted to keep this alchemist alive, he was afraid he couldn't. Glaring at Duan Hai and Su Qi, he ground his teeth and said, "You're the one who did this, yet you can't even keep an eye on him. I think you don't want to be elders anymore." "It's his own fault," Su Qi muttered. Duan Hai shook his head and sighed, only feeling that his luck was really bad. If Old Man Du and Tsangyan had come a few days earlier, this situation would not have happened. But right after he and Su Qi started fighting, these two had come to Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Was it his own bad luck or Yang Kai's? The group of people waited silently, no one speaking, the atmosphere becoming somewhat dignified. Su Qi and Duan Hai kept exchanging glances, both of them aware of the thorny situation. There was no way that the kid would be able to leave the Storm Eye alive, and now the question in front of them was, what would Duan and the Tsangyan take if the kid died? They really didn't know why the Tsangyan Empire would suddenly become involved in this matter. It didn't seem to have anything to do with Soaring Heaven Sect. Inside the Wind Eye, Yang Kai, who had just been thrown in, immediately felt a burst of sharp pain all over his body. The ubiquitous wind blades were constantly cutting into his body, and in just a moment, he was covered in blood and his clothes were torn to shreds. Yuan Qi was imprisoned, and Yang Kai was unable to withstand the damage of the wind blades. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body to hold on. Yang Kai didn't rush to use his demon god transformation and instead focused his attention on his shoulder blade. There, the wind and thunder wings he had obtained from Demon God Citadel's Han Fei seemed to have been stimulated and were undergoing some unexpected changes. The extremely dense wind energy in the surroundings drilled into his back and was completely absorbed by the wind and thunder wings. Feeling a severe pain, Yang Kai's expression became one of pain and agony. It was as if he was being torn apart as the violent wind energy swept through his body, causing every inch of his flesh and blood to writhe. Pain and suffering. Yang Kai grit his teeth and didn't utter a single word, allowing the wind and thunder wings to absorb the surrounding wind energy. He faintly felt that this was an opportunity to refine the wind and thunder wings. Han Fei and Li Rong had told him that they didn't know when they had obtained this pair of wind and thunder wings, nor where they had come from. After passing through several hands, they had eventually fallen into Han Fei's hands. The two great commanders had tried many times to refine them but had never succeeded. When Duan Hai and Su Qi brought him to the edge of this storm eye, Yang Kai felt that the wind and thunder wings were very eager to absorb the surrounding wind energy, so he didn't resist and simply allowed Duan Hai to throw him in. Now it seemed that his guess was correct. The wind and thunder wings, which had been sealed away for a long time, seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and become full of vitality. The speed at which they were swallowing the surrounding wind energy also increased, to the point where even with Yang Kai's powerful physique, he was unable to withstand it. His body was constantly being destroyed as the wind attribute energy that was pouring into his body raged. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai quickly took out the myriad drug milk from the black book space, put it into his mouth, and swallowed it. A warm feeling spread from his abdomen and soon spread throughout his body. The powerful restorative power of the myriad drug milk and the destructive power of the storm eye formed a difficult tug-of-war with Yang Kai's body as the battlefield. His physique was constantly being destroyed, then slowly growing back and restoring itself, becoming tougher and more powerful. Yang Kai endured with great difficulty and gradually became numb, no longer feeling the slightest pain. The speed at which the wind attribute energy was being swallowed by the wind and thunder wings became more and more terrifying. On Yang Kai's left shoulder, an invisible vortex seemed to appear, pulling in the rich surrounding wind energy and pouring it into his wind and thunder wings. The more wind attribute energy he absorbed, the more vitality his wind and thunder wings showed. From the outside, it seemed as if a small vortex had appeared in the huge storm eye, and this small vortex was like a black hole, pulling in the storm eye and swallowing it whole. The people outside who were paying attention to Yang Kai's life and death all showed surprised expressions, not knowing how such a change had occurred. The Wind Eye was one of Bright Thunder's spirit religion's restricted areas, the very foundation of their religion. Since its appearance until now, countless years had passed. Over the years, countless disciples who cultivated wind attribute martial skills and secret arts had obtained unimaginable benefits here. But no matter how many people tried to absorb the wind energy here, none of them were able to cause any changes to the Wind Eye, not even weakening it. But now, everyone clearly felt that the amount of wind energy in this place was being sucked away by some unknown force and was rapidly decreasing. This discovery caused the people from Bright Thunder spirit religion to pale. If the power of the Storm Eye weakened, it would be a huge loss to Bright Thunder spirit religion. Duan Hai, did honored guest Yang say what kind of pill he was refining? Even now, Xia Qingyin still believed the words of his two elders and believed that the change in the Storm Eye was definitely caused by Yang Kai's alchemy. He didn't say. Duan Hai braced himself and replied, "Old man Du, what do you think?" Xia Qingyin turned to look at Duan. Duan's expression was gloomy. There is no pill that requires such a huge amount of energy. This isn't alchemy at all. It's more like cultivation. Cultivation? Xia Qingyin's expression froze. Cultivating inside the Storm Eye? Isn't he only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator? Don't ask this old master. I don't know either. Duan snorted, obviously unhappy that Yang Kai was in prison. Xia Qingyin looked embarrassed and didn't dare to say anything more. The destructive power contained in the storm Eye made everyone here not dare to release their divine sense to investigate, so they could only wait quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the small vortex that had appeared in the Storm Eye gradually grew larger and larger, even showing signs of swallowing the Storm Eye. On top of that, the surrounding wind attribute energy was obviously not as strong as before. Religion Master, if we continue like this, the Wind Eye will be destroyed. Duan Hai quickly reacted and shouted. Xia Qingyin's face went pale as he stared silently towards the Storm Eye. How could he not know what the consequences would be if this continued? Once the Storm Eye was destroyed, it would be equivalent to destroying one of Bright Thunder spirit religion's foundations. I ask Religion Master to allow me and junior brother Su Qi to intervene and stop this disaster. Duan Hai volunteered. How are you going to stop it? Xia Qingyin glanced at him strangely. Now we can only act and strangle honored guest Yang inside the Storm Eye. He must be using the name of alchemy to destroy the foundation of my Bright Thunder spirit religion. Duan Hai said sinisterly. Little friend Yang is not that kind of person. Duan coldly snorted. Don't you dare try. Songyin also glared at him, a murderous intent flashing across his eyes. This is an internal matter of my spirit religion. Isn't Brother Songyin meddling too much? Duan Hai said with some displeasure. This old master will not allow you to act so recklessly. If little friend Yang really suffers an accident because of your actions, this old master can guarantee that in the future, no alchemist will ever refine pills for your Bright Thunder spirit religion again. Duan stared deeply at Duan Hai. Duan Hai felt a headache coming on. He didn't care about Songyin's attitude, but Duan's words carried a lot of weight. With his identity and status, he really could do such a thing. As long as he gave the order, all the alchemist-honored guests would immediately leave Bright Thunder spirit religion and avoid them like tigers. Old man Du, please calm down. This Duan Hai was just speaking casually. Xia Qingyin quickly expressed his stance. The consequences of angering a saint-grade alchemist were quite serious. At that moment, there was an obvious change in the huge Wind Eye as the vortex that had appeared inside it suddenly expanded. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, causing everyone to almost lose their footing, all of them using their yuan qi to resist as they stared intently at the changes in the Wind Eye. Inside the Wind Eye, young Kai suddenly felt the shackles placed on him by Duan Hai shatter, and the Yuan Qi sealed in his meridians begin to flow rapidly. Not only that, but the flesh on his back and shoulder blades also began to squirm at an extremely fast speed, as if something was about to break out of his body. He had experienced this feeling once before when he obtained the wings of Yang Inflammation. Calming his heart, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic, relaxing his mind and allowing the flesh on his back to squirm freely. Qua. A pair of broad and beautiful wings suddenly spread out from Kai Yang's back. At the same time, all of the pressure he was feeling instantly disappeared, and a kind of refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. The wind attribute energy surrounding him no longer seemed to be able to cause him any harm, and instead made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity. The ethereal wind attribute energy lingered around his body, and Yang Kai was able to hear it clearly, allowing him to integrate himself into the wind. Glancing sideways, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He found that his wings of Yang Inflammation had undergone a significant change. The right half of his wing, as always, burned like a burning flame. However, the left half of his wing not only contained the power of true Yang Yuan Qi, but also the power of the wind attribute. Even its color had become more beautiful and dazzling. The wind attribute energy in the Wind Eye continued to pour into the left half of his wing, and Yang Kai could clearly feel that he was rapidly becoming stronger. With a flap of his wings, a whirlwind formed and a series of wind blades formed, bombarding the Wind Eye. These whirlwinds and wind blades not only contained the power of the wind attribute, but also the scorching heat of true Yang Yuan Qi. The combination of the two complemented each other and enhanced each other's lethality. Chapter 685. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. In the forbidden area where the Wind Eye was located, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and immediately, the world energy around it became chaotic. Almost all of the Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's disciples noticed the anomaly and couldn't help looking over in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Soon, a violent wind blew from the direction of the forbidden area, causing trees to sway and houses to collapse. Within a 50-kilometer radius, all of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's properties were reduced to a mess. Many of the Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's masters paled greatly as their hands and feet went cold. The people in the forbidden area were also stunned as they felt the destructive power of the world energy erupt, all of them circulating their secret arts to resist. The power that erupted from the eye of the storm was not only visible, but also invisible soul-blowing winds. This was the power contained within the Wind Eye, but at this moment, it suddenly erupted outwards. This group of people was relatively close to the Wind Eye, so none of them had expected such a disaster to befall them. Duan Hai and Su Qi were stunned for a moment before they screamed as the soul-blowing wind rushed into their knowledge seas, causing their souls to become unstable and their vision to blur. Xia Chengyin did not dare to show the slightest neglect and quickly used his own means to resist the damage to his soul caused by the soul-blowing wind. Songyin was about to protect Old Man Du and Mi Na as they retreated when Old Man Du calmly took out a blue stone. Holding this blue stone in his hand, he poured his Yuan Qi into it and soon formed a blue light curtain. Songyin, come in. Old Man Du called out. Songyin quickly rushed into the light curtain, and as soon as he stepped into its protective range, the pressure on his soul suddenly disappeared. Blue refining stone? Songyin's eyes lit up as he spoke the name of this blue stone. Old Man Du's foundation is quite good. Now is not the time to talk about this. Old Man Du smiled bitterly. The wind blades are coming. Songyin nodded lightly and did not dare to neglect, quickly condensing his strength and sending all the wind blades flying. He knew that the cyan light screen created by the refined bluestone could only defend against attacks that came from the spirit. It had no defensive effect against physical attacks. Yang Kai had only heard of refined blue stone from rumors and knew that this thing was extremely precious. It was a product from the starry sky and was capable of defending against Saint Realm Master's divine sense attacks. It could be said that with such a piece of refined blue stone, he would not need to worry about his soul being damaged. However, this thing was very easy to damage, and after using it a few times, it would crumble into dust. Old Man Du had no choice but to use this stone's strength, He was not a Saint Realm master, his cultivation First Order Transcendent Realm. So long as he immersed himself in alchemic arts and alchemy, he had neglected his cultivation, his combat ability, combat power. He was only Saint Realm Masters. Old Man Du. Xia Chengyin anxiously shouted as he also came over. Old Man Du frowned, but still nodded lightly. He increased the output of power from his hands, and the light screen formed by the refined bluestone expanded a bit, barely allowing Xia Chengyin to squeeze in. The two Third-Order Transcendent Masters acted together, shielding Old Man Du and Mina behind them, deflecting all the incoming wind blades. Duan Hai and Su Qi were both dizzy from the soul-blowing wind, and were like headless flies tossing and turning in the midst of this violent storm. Soon, their bodies were covered in wounds and blood. Seeing this, Xia Chengyin anxiously asked, Old Man Du, can you let them in as well? This old man is powerless. If I increase the output of my strength, I'm afraid this stone will shatter. Old Man Du slowly shook his head. Knowing that Du Wan was not lying, Xia Chengyin couldn't help sighing. Duan Hai and Su Qi were two of his spirit religion's elders, so he naturally couldn't bear to see them die here. Hiding behind the light curtain formed by the refined blue stone, Xia Chengyin could only try his best to take care of them, neutralizing the wind blades that were attacking them while constantly calling out to them, trying to wake them up. However, none of his efforts had any effect. The power that should have been hidden inside the wind suddenly erupted, and Duan Hai and Su Qi, both Second-Order Transcendent Masters, were unable to resist. A moment later, they fell into a pool of blood. Although they were still alive, if they were exposed to the soul-blowing wind blades for too long, their souls would sooner or later be blown away. Xia Chengyin watched anxiously, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, after an even more violent attack, everything calmed down, as if the eruption just now was the last of the Wind Eye's power. The refined bluestone in Old Man Du's hand also completed its mission at this moment. It shattered and fell from between his fingers. Yang Kai. Mina suddenly shouted in surprise, stretching out her jade finger and pointing towards the void. Everyone couldn't help shaking their spirits and looking up, only to see Yang Kai standing in the void, completely naked and covered in blood. His expression was indifferent, but from his physique, one could sense a terrifying aura radiating from him. Song Yan's eyes narrowed as a grin appeared on his face, silently grinning. Yang Kai's appearance was quite consistent with the vague image in his mind, which meant that the person his ancestral founder was looking for was him. Where's the Wind Eye? Xia Chengyin was dumbfounded. He discovered that the Wind Eye that had existed in Bright Thunder spirit religion for countless years had actually disappeared. And here, there was no trace of wind attribute energy. This discovery made Xia Chengyin's face go ashen. The Wind Eye was a very precious existence to the Thunder Light sect. Without the Wind Eye, it meant that in the future, those disciples who cultivated wind attribute cultivation methods and martial skills would no longer be able to receive help from this place. They would no longer be able to comprehend the mysteries of the wind here. You bastard, can't you put on some clothes? Mina made a small trumpet with her hand, her face blushing as she stared up and down at Yang Kai's sturdy figure. Seeming to have heard her words, Kai Yang slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at her. His brow wrinkled slightly as he found that of the four people standing there, besides Old Man Du and Mina, he didn't recognize the other two. However, it was undeniable that the pressure these two gave him was stronger than even Duan Hai and Su Qi. From the corner of his eyes, Yang Kai suddenly saw Duan Hai and Su Qi lying moaning in a pool of blood, causing him to grin. His figure flickered as Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside Duan Hai and Su Qi at a speed several times faster than before. So fast. Songyan and Xia Chengyin couldn't help exclaiming. Just now, they seemed to have felt a slight movement, a movement of the wind. Even with their strength, they had almost lost sight of Yang Kai's figure. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai casually struck Duan Hai's neck. With a crisp crack, blood splattered as Duan Hai's head flew through the air. Xia Chengyin almost went crazy. Staring blankly at the head flying through the air with a pained expression on his face, he couldn't wrap his head around it for a moment. He never imagined that the person he had hired as an honored guest would actually kill the great elder of his Thunderlight sect. What's more, he hadn't even bothered to greet him. Song-yin smiled mysteriously as he stared at Yang Kai, licking his lips. He suddenly found that the little brat his ancestral founder had asked him to find was quite similar to his own temperament. Seeing Yang Kai's murderous aura and about to attack the defenseless Su Qi, Xia Chengyin roared, "Boy, you dare!" Saying so, Xia Chengyin shot out like a bolt of lightning towards Yang Kai. No matter what, he couldn't allow Yang Kai to kill two of his elders right under his nose. Song Yin grinned meaningfully, his figure flickering as he arrived in front of Xia Chengyin, blocking his path. Song Yin, what is the meaning of this? Xia Chengyin glared at Song Yin and asked coldly. Both of them were third-order transcendents, but facing this Song Yin, he wasn't sure he could win. Nothing, but if you want to hurt him, you'll have to ask me first, Song Yin said faintly. He has nothing to do with your soaring heaven sect. Song Yin, don't go too far. Xia Chengyin's face twisted as he roared hysterically. Little friend, please show mercy. Duan also hurriedly shouted, hurriedly bringing me Na over to Yang Kai. Hearing Old Man Du's shout, Yang Kai frowned and quickly checked Su Qi's current state, calming himself down and not continuing to kill him. Soon, Old Man Du and me Na arrived beside Yang Kai. Old Man Du letting out a light breath as he stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. During his time in the Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai had given him a very good impression. Not the kind of person who would act recklessly, but Old Man Du couldn't understand why the other party had suddenly decided to kill the two elders from Thunderlight sect. Old Man Du, Yang Kai greeted him indifferently before nodding to Mina. Mina's neck flushed red as she glanced over at Yang Kai before pursing her lips and looking away. Yang Kai didn't care though and instead stared at Song Yin. He didn't know why this person would help him, nor did he have any memories of this person, so naturally, they didn't have any friendship. While observing the situation, Yang Kai took out a set of robes and put them on, his movements calm and steady. Xia Chengyin no longer argued with Song Yin and instead stared at Yang Kai with hatred. Although this young man might be a rare talent, the fact that his great elder had died at his hands was an indisputable fact. No matter what, he had to seek justice for Duan Hai. Little friend, what happened here? If it's convenient, can you tell me? Old Man Du asked solemnly. These two wanted to harm me, so they threw me into the wind eye and tried to blow my soul out, Yang Kai explained faintly. Nonsense, as far as I know. You are an honored guest invited by Duan Hai. Why would he and Su Qi want to harm you? Xia Chengyin obviously couldn't accept such an explanation. For no apparent reason, why would two second-order transcendents want to harm a little brat? Who are you? Yang Kai stared at the other party coldly. He could feel the hostility and resentment radiating from the other party. Old Man Du coughed dryly. This is Bright Thunder Spirit Religion's religion master, Xia Chengyin. Yang Kai gently nodded, feeling relieved before turning to Song Yin. And this one? Soaring Heaven Sect, Song Yin. Song Yin stepped forward and introduced himself. We don't seem to know each other, right? Yang Kai smiled at him in a friendly manner, his attitude neither warm nor cold. We don't know each other, Song Yin smiled lightly, but I have something to discuss with you. Something to discuss with me? Yang Kai's expression became playful as he glanced over at Du Wan, the latter quickly saying, Song Yin has no malicious intent towards you. I can guarantee that. Then we'll talk later. Yang Kai nodded to Song Yin. Chapter 686. Looking at the calm expression on Yang Kai's face, the Song Yin's smile became more and more sinister. This little brat really suited his temperament. In front of Bright Thunder Religion's religion master, he had killed their great elder yet he didn't show any signs of panic. What kind of courage did this little brat have? The Song Yin swept his eyes over Yang Kai thoughtfully. His ancestral founder had ordered him to find this person, and it had taken him 2 months to do so. Originally, he had been quite depressed and annoyed, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that these 2 months had been worth it. Boy, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving here. Xia Chengyin's face was livid as he grit his teeth and shouted. What kind of explanation do you want? Yang Kai smiled. I've already explained it to you. That's just your side of the story. Do you think this religion master will believe you so easily? Duan frowned and said with a kind expression, "Little friend, is it really as you say?" Yang Kai nodded seriously. "And the reason? Why did they throw you into the wind eye? What good would it do them to blow your soul out?" Duan asked carefully, knowing that if he didn't give Xia Chengyin an explanation this time, it would be impossible for him to give up. Yang Kai's expression was hesitant, somewhat unwilling to answer. This matter was related to the coffin-carrying man, so if this news were to be leaked, it would be extremely harmful to him. "Little friend can rest assured. If what you say is the truth and you aren't in the wrong, this old master can guarantee you will leave here unharmed. Sangyin will also help," Duan said as he glanced over at the Sangyin. Sangyin was even more straightforward. "Even if you are in the wrong, no one can hurt you in front of me." Kai Yang looked at him with a strange expression. He really couldn't understand why this person was so protective of him. After a long silence, Yang Kai glared at Xia Chengyin coldly and said, "Bright Thunder Religion's religion master, right? If it is indeed Duan Hai and Su Qi who wanted to harm me, how can your Bright Thunder Religion compensate me?" "Compensate you?" Xia Chengyin roared. "You killed one of my Bright Thunder Religion's elders, and you actually want compensation? Brad, did you make a mistake? My Bright Thunder Religion has suffered losses. He only has himself to blame. This time, if I hadn't been lucky, I would have died in the wind eye." Duan nodded. If it was indeed Duan Hai and Su Qi, then their deaths should be regretted. "What do you think, religions? Little friend Yang entered your Bright Thunder Spirit religion on the basis of this old master's recommendation. This old master is responsible for safeguarding his interests and safety. Although he was Yang Kai's was Thunder religion, Yang Kai's was Yang Kai have his own face. As a saint great alchemist, it was rare for him to recommend a rising star into the Thunder Light sect, yet he had not expected to encounter such a thing. This was a great blow to his face and prestige. Is this Elder S sects is of. If this is really the case, then there is no need for outsiders to act. This religion master will personally clean up the sect and give old man Du an explanation. Duan nodded with satisfaction before turning his eyes to Yang Kai. "Now can little friend tell us the whole story?" "I still insist on compensation." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "This matter cannot be settled so casually. This religion master is giving old man Du face. Who do you think you are? Don't take yourself too seriously." Xia Chengyin glared at Yang Kai angrily, wishing he could smash this little brat into meat paste. "I support you." Sangyin nodded firmly to Yang Kai. "If religion master Xia doesn't compensate you, I will make sure Bright Thunder Religion disappears from this world within a month." "Uncle, you're so awe-inspiring." Mina looked at Sangyin excitedly, a look of worship on her face. "Uncle." The corners of Sangyin's mouth twitched slightly, his expression indifferent and cold. Yang Kai's expression became more and more puzzled as he stared at Sangyin, really unable to understand what was going on with this master, but now was not the time to ask questions. Yang Kai could also feel that this person had no malice towards him, so he was relieved. "Sangyin." Xia Chengyin clenched his fists, his yuan qi fluctuating as he coldly glared at Sangyin. "You want to fight? Then I'll accompany you," Sangyin sneered. "Both of you, please calm down." Old man Du was extremely helpless and could only stand up as a mediator. "Religion Master Xia, this old man also hopes that if things are as this little friend says, you can give him some compensation." "Old man Du also says so?" Xia Chengyin's eyes filled with resentment, his face twitching as he struggled and hesitated for a while before shouting, "Good. This religion master will agree to his rude request. But old man Du, if we find out that things are not as he says, then don't blame this Xia for not giving you face." "As you wish." Duan nodded slightly before turning to Yang Kai. "You may speak." Yang Kai pondered for a moment before revealing a helpless expression. "The two of them want to collect my divine sense." Saying so, Yang Kai slightly released his spiritual energy and explained, "Because I have a conflagrated knowledge see." Everyone was dumbfounded, almost unable to believe their ears. However, feeling the burning hot aura contained in Yang Kai's spiritual energy, they had no choice but to believe it. Old Man Du's eyes gradually lit up and his expression became one of excitement as he stared at Yang Kai, as if he was staring at a shocking treasure. Song Yin also wore an excited expression. For someone as strong as him, there were very few things that could move him, but after perceiving Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge he almost lost his composure. Laughing wildly in his heart, no wonder the ancestral founder sent him to find this little brat. It turned out that he was an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge Wasn't this the same starting line as the famous Old Man of Heaven's Keep? Perhaps in the future he could reach the same height as the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, respected by the human, monster, and demon races. A conflagrated knowledge was an extremely rare existence. Even if one or two cultivator possessed a conflagrated knowledge they were not necessarily proficient in alchemy. Having both was the quintessence of an alchemist. Xia Qingyin was dumbfounded. Looking at Yang Kai, his face was filled with regret. I told Duan Hai that it was impossible for me to stay in Thunderlight Sect forever, so he and Su Qi had some devious ideas. They wanted to use the power of the Wind Eye to blow out my conflagrated knowledge This is the truth, Yang Kai explained lightly. Although this wasn't the most fundamental reason, it was one of the reasons Duan Hai and Su Qi had targeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai wasn't lying. He was also forced to reveal his conflagrated spiritual energy since he couldn't reveal any information about the coffin-carrying man. I see. Old Man Du nodded slightly. Feeling the conflagrated knowledge he was even more convinced of Yang Kai's words. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Xia Qingyin and asked, Religious Master Xia, is there anything else you want to ask? Or perhaps you still don't believe this little friend's words? There's nothing else I want to ask. Xia Qingyin slowly shook his head, his momentum completely gone as he stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. If he continued to argue, he would only offend Old Man Du and the Zhongyan sect. Xia Qingyin couldn't afford such a consequence. Moreover, this Yang Kai was very likely to become a powerful figure in the future. If he offended him now, Thunderlight Sect would no longer have peace in the future. That would be for the best. Old Man Du nodded with satisfaction before solemnly saying, Today's matter should be kept between everyone here. If anyone dares to leak it, don't blame this old master for being impolite. Understood. Songyin and Xia Qingyin both nodded heavily. A conflagrated knowledge was a treasure coveted by the world. Once it was leaked, it would likely attract countless troubles. Xiao. With a burst of wind, Su Qi's vitality was completely wiped out. Xia Qingyin's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai, who had acted decisively. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Good, now we can talk about my compensation, Yang Kai grinned. Xia Qingyin's face twitched slightly. Although he was full of displeasure, he could only ask, What compensation do you want? As long as my divine religion has it, I can agree, but don't make me do something I can't do. Of course not, Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. I want to go to the Thunder Eye to cultivate. I hope Religion Master Xia can open the door for me. As soon as these words came out, everyone once again looked at him in astonishment. Go to the Thunder Eye? Xia Qingyin was somewhat incredulous. You also cultivate a thunder attribute secret art? This is my business. Religion Master Xia can't interfere, right? Yang Kai shook his head. Does the disappearance of the Wind Eye have anything to do with your excellency? Xia Qingyin stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. If you go to the Thunder Eye, will the Thunder Eye disappear as well? It shouldn't. I ask Religion Master Xia to rest assured. In the Wind Eye, Yang Kai had stimulated the power of the Wind Eye, causing it to explode from the inside, destroying it. At that time, he had only done so out of revenge. If he hadn't done so, the Wind Eye would not have disappeared, but even if it remained, its power would be much weaker than before. Religion Master Xia won't go back on his word, right? Then I won't agree. The Zhongyan glared at Xia Qingyin aggressively. The Wind Eye and Thunder Eye are the foundation of my divine religion. Now that one has disappeared, it is very likely that it has a lot to do with him. How could I let him go to the other one? Do you think this religion master is a fool? You have to agree even if you don't want to. The Zhongyan sneered, grabbing Yang Kai and flying away. Zhongyan, don't go too far. Xia Qingyin was furious and quickly chased after him. Huh. Duan sighed deeply, his expression helpless, hesitating for a moment before also catching up with me. Nah. The Cangyin's speed was extremely fast. Being caught in his hand, Yang Kai could barely open his eyes, only feeling the scenery around him rapidly passing by. In less than half an incense stick worth of time, they arrived at the location of the Thunder Eye of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Here, many disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion had gathered, all of them meditating and comprehending the mysteries of thunder and lightning. The stronger disciples were closer to the Thunder Eye while the weaker ones were further away. High up in the void, a huge vortex of lightning continuously rained down lightning, filling the air with a constant crackling sound as the heavens and earth filled with violent thunder attribute energy. When the Cangyin arrived with Yang Kai, the disciples of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion who were meditating showed surprised expressions and turned to look at them. Boy, are you sure you want to go in? That place is no joke. If you make a mistake, your soul will be destroyed. The Cangyin stared at the violent Thunder Eye, a look of dread on his face. Chapter 687. The violent energy in the Thunder Eye was even stronger than the Wind Eye. The Cangyin dared to release his divine sense to probe the situation inside the Wind Eye, but he didn't dare touch the Thunder Eye. Between the two, the Thunder Eye was undoubtedly more dangerous. Thunder Light Religion's religion master has caught up. Senior, please let me in. Yang Kai glanced back and saw Xia Chengyin rushing towards him, his face filled with anxiety. Although he had not yet arrived, he was already shouting. The Cangyin didn't put him in his eyes at all and simply smiled. Little brat, you're really strange. Good, I'll do as you wish, but don't die. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to Ancestral Founder. Saying so, he casually threw Yang Kai forward and Yang Kai's figure quickly fell into the Thunder Eye. Cries of alarm rang out as the Thunder Light Religion disciples who were cultivating stared in amazement at Yang Kai disappearing into the Thunder Eye, wondering how this person had offended the Cangyin and was actually thrown into such a place. Xia Qingyin arrived shortly after, but he could only watch helplessly. Inside the Thunder Eye, Yang Kai felt a huge pressure as soon as he entered, one that was much stronger than when he was in the Wind Eye. The power of the lightning shuttled through his body, causing his hair to stand on end and his body to shiver. Soon, a burnt smell wafted out from his skin. After consuming the myriad drug milk again, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged inside the Thunder Eye, ignoring his own injuries and allowing his wind and thunder wings to absorb the surrounding thunder energy. After experiencing this once, Yang Kai became more and more adept at dealing with this kind of situation and knew what his wind and thunder wings were thirsting for. On his back and right shoulder blade, as expected, a huge attractive force was produced. The surrounding thunder energy was pulled into his body. Qua. Once again, it spread its wings. On the left side, wind spirits danced, while on the right side, lightning flashed and electric arcs danced. Yang Kai soon entered a state of selflessness as he comprehended the mysteries of thunder and thunder. Outside the Thunder Eye, the Thunder Light Religion disciples had been driven away while the Cangyin and Xia Chengyin fought fiercely. In the end, it was Elder Du who stepped forward and stopped their battle. It was very difficult for two third-order transcendent masters to determine the victor, but Xia Chengyin clearly felt that he was somewhat inferior to Cangyin. If they were to continue fighting like this, the one who would lose would undoubtedly be him. After realizing this, Sect Master Lei Guang took advantage of the situation and decisively stopped. As time passed, the people waiting outside the Thunder Eye could clearly sense that the thunder attribute energy in the area had weakened a lot. The most direct manifestation was that the lightning striking down from the Thunder Eye was sparser than before. Xia Chengyin's face turned extremely ugly. Today, with the death of the two elders, the Eye of the Storm disappeared, and the power of the Eye of the Thunder was weakened. It was unknown whether it would disappear like the Eye of the Storm. He was Lei Guang's loss. Immeasurable. A day later, the power of the Thunder Eye was less than half of its usual power. Xia Chengyin's eyes were red as he stared at the Thunder Eye like a ferocious beast. His expression was resentful. Although Old Man Du felt that it was somewhat immoral to harm his foundation, when he thought about how Duan Hai even wanted to harm the person he had recommended, he couldn't help feeling angry. Inside the thunder eye, Yang Kai took a deep breath. Suddenly opening his eyes, Yang Kai's pupils shined brightly. After a day of absorption, he noticed that the wind and thunder wings in his body had reached perfection. From this moment on, this pair of wings had truly been refined by him and had become his greatest strength. The wings behind his back were filled with yang attribute energy, while the left half contained the agility of wind while the right half contained the violence of thunder. Wind, thunder, and yang. These three attributes had formed a strange balance and subtle changes had taken place between them. It was no longer a simple combination of one attribute. The wind and thunder attributes now contained a burning heat that had evolved into wind flame and thunder flame. Compared to the pure wind and thunder attribute, the lethality of these two attributes was now several times greater. The yang inflammation wings had also been completely replaced by the wind and thunder wings. It was just that Yang Kai found it somewhat difficult to determine the existence of this pair of wings. They were both like an artifact in his own martial skill. However, it was undeniable that Han Fei had indeed given him a great gift. The reason why Han Fei and Li Rong had not been able to refine the wind and thunder wings was likely because they had not had such an opportunity. All of this was a coincidence, but it was also an inevitable result. Taking back his wind and thunder wings, Yang Kai stepped out of the greatly weakened thunder eye. Everyone who had been waiting for a long time saw Yang Kai walk out and couldn't help but light up. Even Xia Cheng-yin couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. The thunder eye had not disappeared, and although its power was not as strong as before, it had at least been preserved. Staring at Yang Kai, the look in his eyes was extremely complicated, a mix of annoyance and resentment. "You little brat, you made us wait." As soon as he saw Yang Kai appear, Songyin immediately laughed. "You little brat, your aura has changed a lot? Did you gain something?" "A little." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "My cultivation hasn't increased, but I was able to comprehend some of the mysteries of thunder. Sorry for making you wait so long." "Little friend is too polite." Du-Wan smiled and nodded. "Since you've finished, let's go." Songyin waved his hand. Yang Kai glanced over at Xia Cheng-yin faintly, but the latter's expression remained gloomy, not saying a word, seemingly having no intention of stopping them. With Songyin here, he couldn't stop them even if he wanted to. Thunder Light Sect's losses these past 2 days were already big enough. If they really wanted to offend Songyin and start a war with Soaring Heaven Sect, Thunder Light Sect would be powerless to resist. Soaring Heaven Sect's 4 great madmen were not any worse than him. Once they started fighting, Thunder Light Sect would definitely be destroyed. Xia Cheng-yin could only swallow his anger. "Religion Master Xia, I'll have to trouble you this time." Old Man Du nodded to Xia Cheng-yin. "Farewell, I won't see you off." Xia Cheng-yin took a deep breath and closed his eyes, unwilling to look back. Songyin coldly snorted before waving his yuan qi, wrapping Yang Kai, Du-Wan, and Mina in it, and flying off. After they left, Xia Cheng-yin stared at their backs with a twisted expression for a moment before suddenly activating his movement skill and flying towards the eye of the storm. He still had some doubts about Yang Kai's previous statement, but with Du-Wan nearby, he didn't want to tangle with him, so naturally he wanted to investigate. Although Su Qi and Du-Wan Hai had been dead for a day, Xia Cheng-yin was still confident. Gathering their scattered souls and prying into their memories, he wanted to see what kind of grievances had occurred between them and Yang Kai. Arriving at the 2 dead great elders, Xia Cheng-yin silently circulated his secret art and released a series of mysterious bursts of energy. Soon, a barrier appeared within a radius of 30 kilometers. He wanted to seal off this place so he could collect Su Qi and Du-Wan Hai's souls. He believed that with the cultivation of these two, even if their physical bodies died, their souls would not dissipate so quickly. But what made Xia Cheng-yin depressed and puzzled was, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall even a trace of their souls. The 2 elders seemed to have had their souls extinguished, a discovery that made him surprised. Bright Thunder Spirit Religion. Midair, a group of 4 people was flying at high speed. As they passed by a mountain, Yang Kai inadvertently glanced down and happened to see a tall woman with a proud figure standing there. The other party seemed to have noticed him as well, Her beautiful eyes filled with guilt and surprise as she stared at him foolishly. Suddenly, she flew up and chased after him with all her strength, her pretty face filled with anxiety. But how could her speed be compared to Tsangyen's? In just a few breaths of time, she was quickly left behind. "Hey, you bastard, there was a little girl chasing you just now." Mina suddenly poked Yang Kai and said with an ambiguous expression. "What?" Yang Kai pretended to be confused. "You're still denying it." Mina snorted. "She called out your name. Did you do something to her that you would abandon her after taking advantage of her?" TSK, I really didn't see it. You're such a beast with a human face. It looks like I'll have to stay away from you in the future. Don't talk nonsense, okay? I'm a very pure person. I would never do such a thing," Yang Kai said seriously. Mina curled her lips, obviously not believing him. She had probably stayed in the Alchemist Guild for too long. Her gossipy heart was stronger than anyone else's, so she grabbed Yang Kai and kept asking questions. Yang Kai ignored her and instead looked at Tsangyen with a puzzled expression. Even now, he still didn't understand why the other party would help him for no reason, even at the expense of offending the Bright Thunder Spirit religion leader. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai asked, "Senior, can you tell me why you helped me? What good does it do you?" Tsangyen turned to look at him while flying, a smile appearing on his cold face. "You're very vigilant." Yang Kai nodded without hesitation. Old Man Du chuckled. "Little friend doesn't need to suspect Tsangyen. Although I made a mistake in recommending you to Bright Thunder Spirit religion, this time I can guarantee he won't do you any harm." I naturally believe Old Man Du's words. Yang Kai gently nodded. "But this doesn't answer the confusion in my heart. Since Senior has no malice towards me, can you tell me the reason?" "Telling you isn't a big deal. I'm just completing my own task." "Task?" Yang Kai was surprised. "And I won't tell you too much, but you should come with me to a place later, and you should understand because I don't know much about it." "Who gave you this task?" "My family's ancestral founder. Soaring Heaven Sect's sect master?" Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Tsangyen didn't answer, and simply continued flying forward. Yang Kai asked a few more times before finally giving up and turning to Old Man Du. "What kind of person is Soaring Heaven Sect's sect master?" "A Saint Realm Master," Duan replied. "I don't know exactly how strong he is, but when you see him, you can ask him." Tsangyen, who was flying forward, suddenly stopped and said, "Old Man Du, let's part ways here. I need to take him back to the sect as soon as possible." "Very well." Duan gently nodded before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Little friend, this time you have suffered. This old master is really sorry, but the Alchemist Guild will always open its doors to you. If you have some spare time, please remember to come back and visit." Old Man Du's kindness gave Yang Kai a warm feeling in his heart and nodded. "It's not Old Man Du's fault. Old Man Du doesn't need to worry about it. I'll definitely return to the Alchemist Guild." Old Man Du smiled lightly before turning to Tsangyen and saying, "Send my regards to your ancestral founder. This old man is old and weak, so I won't be seeing him again." "I'll definitely do so," Tsangyen nodded. Then, "Old Man Du, we'll take our leave first." Saying so, Old Man Du led Yang Kai in another direction. "Yang Kai, remember to come back." Mina waved goodbye to Yang Kai. Chapter 688. Soaring Heaven Sect was one of the four great forces in the vicinity of Grand Boulder City. Although they were called four great forces, in fact, the other three couldn't be compared to Soaring Heaven Sect at all. Whether it was in terms of heritage or strength, Soaring Heaven Sect was several levels ahead of them. Ancient Moon Cave Heaven, Luo Shang Sect, and Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, none of them had a single Saint Realm Master, but it was rumored that Soaring Heaven Sect had 2 or 3 Saint Realm Masters. Below the Saint Realm, the 4 Third-Order Transcendent Realm Masters were also well known. These 4 were all extremely powerful masters, and Tsangyen was one of them. However, in the eyes of those who didn't know the details, Soaring Heaven Sect was on equal footing with the other 3 great forces because it didn't have many disciples, far less than Bright Thunder Spirit Religion and the other great forces. Yang Kai was led by Tsangyen all the way, constantly asking about Soaring Heaven Sect along the way. Tsangyen seemed to be a relatively taciturn person who cherished his words like gold, but he still patiently answered Yang Kai's questions. At the same time, he also observed Yang Kai along the way. Song-yin was also confused as to why his ancestral founder wanted him to find this boy. Half a day later, just as they were about to reach Soaring Heaven Sect, Song-yin suddenly stopped and stared ahead suspiciously, seemingly having discovered something. Soon, Yang Kai also noticed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. This aura and life force fluctuations were not any weaker than Song-yin's, but unlike the pressure he felt from Song-yin, this aura was much softer, like a flowing river. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a curious expression, but he didn't ask anything and just waited quietly. A moment later, a blue light quickly approached from the distance and stopped in front of Song-yin. The blue light dissipated, and a beautiful woman dressed in an unusually bold dress appeared in front of Song-yin. This beautiful woman had snow-white skin and a pair of watery eyes that seemed to contain 10,000 kinds of amorous feelings. At the corner of her mouth was a black mole the size of a grain of rice, adding to her charm. The beautiful woman's face was filled with a lazy smile. Her upper body was exposed, revealing half of her snow-white breasts and her ravine. Her lower body was wearing a slit skirt. Her long and slender legs were exposed to the air, and the hazy beauty between her legs could be faintly seen. Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help staring at her a few more times. The beautiful woman didn't try to avoid him, nor did she show the slightest shyness. Instead, she simply looked at Yang Kai with a smile, a look of interest appearing on her gorgeous face. Song-yin's brow furrowed. "Feiyu, why did you come out? Didn't martial ancestors' seclusion in half a year? Of course, it's not like Yu's martial ancestors' imprisonment ends. You're not going to tell me you're sneaking out here." "I didn't sneak out." Feiyu curled her lips and lightly gritted her teeth. Without seeing any movement, she suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, stretched out a delicate hand, and lifted Yang Kai's chin. "Where are you from, little brother? Why do you look so unfamiliar?" Yang Kai couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. Song-yin quickly pulled Yang Kai behind him and stood between him and Feiyu, like a mother hen protecting her chicks. He frowned and said, "Don't be ridiculous. This is the person the martial ancestor is looking for." "The person the martial ancestor is looking for?" Feiyu heard this, and a strange light appeared in her beautiful eyes. "Why is the martial ancestor looking for him?" "I don't know." Song-yin shook his head. "But he's not your toy." "I know." Feiyu curled her lips impatiently. "Let's talk about your problem. Why didn't you obediently stay in the sect? Why did you come out here?" "The martial ancestor told me to come out," Feiyu giggled. "Without the martial ancestor's order, how would I dare to come out?" She paused, then said with her beautiful eyes, "Yes, the martial ancestor told me to redeem myself by doing good deeds. He said that if I can solve this problem, I'll be exempted from the 6 months of seclusion." "What problem did he ask you to solve?" Song-yin asked curiously, but as soon as he said it, he slapped himself and raised his hand. "Pretend I didn't ask. I'm going back to the sect. You can do as you please." "Don't go." Feiyu grabbed Song-yin's arm and said sweetly, "Since you asked, of course I'll tell you." Saying so, she didn't care whether Song-yin was willing or not and began explaining. 100 kilometers away from Soaring Heaven Sect, a disciple who was cultivating found a cave with some barriers and rich world energy. It should have been a blessed land left behind by some powerful master many years ago. The disciple was unable to break through the barriers, so he returned to the sect and gathered a group of his brothers and junior brothers. More than a dozen people worked together to open the blessed land, hoping to find some opportunities, but unexpectedly, there was a hidden trap inside the blessed land. Caught off guard, all of them were poisoned. All those who entered were poisoned by an exotic ancient insect called the soul-devouring insect. When this news reached Soaring Heaven Sect, the martial ancestor asked Feiyu to deal with it. Soul-devouring insect? Song-yin's face also changed greatly. Aren't these exotic ancient insects extinct? Who knows? Feiyu shrugged her shoulders. I don't know which despicable bastard left behind this blessed land near our Soaring Heaven Sect. If we find his body, we'll definitely tear him apart. Martial Ancestor wants you to go. How are you going to deal with it? Those things aren't something ordinary people can deal with. Even you may end up buried inside. Fei Yu said with an aggrieved and pitiful look, so, Tsangyin, please help me. How can I help you? I have no way to deal with these exotic ancient insects. You cultivate a fire attribute secret art. Can't you just burn them to death? The fire of Yuan Qi, do you think it can burn them to death? You're being too whimsical. Tsangyin coldly snorted, suddenly glancing over at Yang Kai, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. But besides you, no one can help me. Rimaru and Fei Jian, those two bastards, when they learned I took on such a task, they're all hiding from me. They're simply too hateful. Fei Yu ground her teeth in disdain. I should have been hiding from you too. Tsangyin felt a headache coming on. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have asked that question. After living with this woman for so many years, Tsangyin still couldn't help but be deceived by her appearance, often falling into her traps. It's too late now. Fei Yu looked coldly at Tsangyin. You have to help me, even if you don't want to. Tsangyin sighed helplessly. I really can't do it this time. I have to take this kid back to see the martial ancestor as soon as possible. You've already delayed it for 2 months. What's a little more time? Come with me to take a look. If you really can't do it, I won't force you. Fei Yu tried to persuade her. Tsangyin frowned. Seeming to be weighing the pros and cons, Fei Yu saw that there was hope, so she quickly struck while the iron was hot, continuously persuading her. After a while, Tsangyin nodded slightly. All right, I'll help you this time, but I can't guarantee that it'll work. Fei Yu was overjoyed and praised repeatedly. I knew you were the best. Rimaru and Fei Jian, those two bastards, next time they'll die. But I also have a request. What request? Tsangyin coughed lightly. I remember that 50 years ago, you brewed a batch of 1,000 safflower wine, right? Fei Yu's pretty face changed, and she gritted her teeth. You remember something that happened 50 years ago? I've always been thinking about good things. Tsangyin nodded slightly, and said matter-of-factly, yes, if you succeed, you'll give me half. No, that 1,000 safflower wine was brewed from 1,000 types of spirit flowers that I traveled all over the world, and after 50 years of waiting, I haven't even had a sip myself, and now you want half? You're even worse than Rimaru and Fei Jian. If that's the case, I'd rather not have your help. Yang Kai stared at this beautiful woman in amazement, faintly feeling that this so-called 1,000 safflower wine was more valuable than her life. You brewed 20 jars. Even if you give me half, you still have 10. At most, I'll give you 1 jar. Don't even think about it. 8 jars. 1 jar. 5 jars. After some hard bargaining, Tsangyin could only pinch her nose and agree. Fine. 1 jar it is. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Fei Yu spat disdainfully. If you can't help, I won't give you a sip. Saying so, she glared at Yang Kai. Smelly brat. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? No, but it's quite interesting. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, watching 2 third-order transcendents bicker endlessly, while feeling the friendship between them really made one feel warm inside. Yang Kai seemed to have not experienced such a feeling for a long time. Ever since he came to Tongxian realm, he had been all alone. Let's go. Where is that blessed land? Having reached an agreement, Tsangyin didn't want to waste any more time. Come with me, Fei Yu said, leading the way. As this beautiful woman flew, her round buttocks and willowy waist swayed back and forth, her jet-black hair fluttering in the wind, revealing her fair and slender neck that was as delicate as porcelain. Don't look at her. Be careful she doesn't gouge your eyes out, Tsangyin whispered in Yang Kai's ear. That wouldn't be possible, right? Yang Kai was stunned. Last time, there was an elder from Luosheng sect. Because he looked at her too much, as Tsangyin spoke, he gestured with his hand as if he was chopping down, brushing past Yang Kai's lower body. Yang Kai's face went black. That's why Ancestral Founder put her in solitary confinement. Tsangyin nodded seriously, but don't be fooled by her coquettish dress. In fact, she's still a virgin. Before Tsangyin finished speaking, a soft fist flew towards him, catching him off guard and sending him flying more than 1,000 meters. Fei Yu stood in the air, her pretty face cold as she stared coldly at Tsangyin, who was sent flying, and scolded. Do you really think I'm deaf? Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp, secretly worried for Tsangyin. Little brother, come here. Elder sister will take you away. Feiyu suddenly smiled and waved to Yang Kai. Without waiting for him to answer, she wrapped him in her yuan qi and flew forward side by side. Smelling the fragrance of this beautiful woman, Yang Kai was a little unnatural, but his expression was serious and he didn't look sideways. Don't listen to that bastard. He only knows how to slander me. Feiyu said softly, her breath like orchids, touching his heartstrings. It doesn't matter if you look at me a little more. Elder sister won't hurt you. I'm very gentle. Chapter 689. Atop a solitary mountain peak, Tsangyin, Feiyu, and Yang Kai landed halfway up the mountain and carefully investigated the surrounding area. The two third-order transcendent masters quickly locked onto a certain area. Yang Kai also faintly noticed that there was some subtle energy overflowing from this place. However, looking around, this territory in front of him was no different from the surrounding area. It was just an ordinary piece of land. It should be a smokescreen, not bad. No wonder no one has been able to discover the mysteries of this place for so many years. Tsangyin showed a look of surprise as he glanced around. I'm afraid too much time has passed, and the sect's disciples have inadvertently discovered the mysteries of this place. Feiyu also agreed. Don't waste time. Let's begin. Tsangyin stretched out his foot and stomped the ground, releasing an unusually hot aura. Yang Kai suddenly saw a series of mysterious runes appear on the ground. These runes swam about like tadpoles, struggling for a moment before all of them suddenly burst into flames and were reduced to ashes. Tsangyin cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so his yuan qi flames were exceptionally pure. So with his third-order transcendent strength, it was naturally easy for him to break through this smokescreen that had been left behind for so many years. A strange black hole appeared on the ground, only large enough for one person to pass through at a time. Feiyu didn't say anything and simply jumped in, soon disappearing from sight. Tsangyin waved his hand and said, "Go in." "I'm going in too?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought he would have to wait up there. After all, more than a dozen soaring heaven sect disciples had met with misfortune inside, so there was bound to be many dangers inside. If he were to rush in, he would only become a burden to these two masters. "Of course you're going in," Tsangyin smiled slyly. "I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you this time." "Rely on me?" Yang Kai was even more surprised. "Senior, you must be joking." "I'm not joking. If I was alone, I wouldn't have agreed to Feiyu's request. But it's different with you. You'll know once you're inside," the Tsangyin said as he threw Yang Kai down. Yang Kai had no choice but to quietly condense his yuan qi and focus his mind to guard against the unexpected. The hole seemed to be very deep. Yang Kai slid all the way down for the time it took to burn a stick of incense before he finally stepped on the ground. He steadied himself and stepped to the side. The Tsangyin also quickly landed. "So slow." Feiyu pouted in dissatisfaction. Tsangyin didn't say a word. A bright fireball suddenly appeared beside him, illuminating the surroundings. "It's definitely a blessed land. I wonder which senior's abode this is." Tsongyin's eyes lit up when he felt the energy of heaven and earth here. Feiyu also seemed to be excited. "Since it's a blessed land, there must be treasures here." "It's very possible." Tsongyin nodded. "Let's go." With that, he took the lead and led the way. Feiyu and Yang Kai followed closely behind him, extremely vigilant. As they walked, Feiyu suddenly leaned close to Yang Kai and gently breathed into his ear. She whispered, "Don't use your yuan qi. There are soul-devouring worms here. They love yuan qi the most. Once they infect you, you're done for." That's how those disciples met with misfortune. Yang Kai's expression froze. He quickly nodded. Suddenly, he was confused and asked, "Since they met with misfortune, how did you get the news? Did they spread the news?" "No, they didn't." Feiyu shook her head. "It was martial ancestor who said so. My martial ancestor's ability is great. Everything within a 500-kilometer radius, as long as he wants it, will be within his grasp." Kaiyang's face was filled with shock. Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor was truly amazing. Yang Kai's divine sense was also extremely powerful. The range of his perception was about 100 kilometers, but the further away he was, the less clear his perception became and the more spiritual energy he consumed. On the other hand, soaring heaven sect's martial ancestor could explore a 500-kilometer radius. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. The Tsangyan's footsteps suddenly came to a halt because in front of him, a cultivator wearing soaring heaven sect's robes was lying on the ground, his eyes wide open. Bending down to examine him, the Tsangyan slowly shook his head. This person was obviously dead. Feiyu no longer whispered to Yang Kai, her pretty face becoming dignified as she took out a bell-like artifact and activated its power to protect herself and Yang Kai while following closely behind the Tsangyan. This artifact should be a soul-type artifact, at the very least spirit grade. As soon as he summoned this artifact, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he was soaking in water, warm and comfortable. Be careful, follow me closely, don't stray too far from me. With your insignificant cultivation, once you're targeted by those soul-devouring insects, you'll die without a doubt, Feiyu quickly warned. Yang Kai nodded firmly, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. The Tsangyan's courage stemmed from his skill, so he continued to explore the path ahead. From time to time, they would encounter one or two soaring heaven sect disciples who had fallen victim to the attack. After careful investigation, most of them were already dead, with only 3 or 5 of them remaining unconscious. The Tsangyan, without exception, gave these unconscious disciples some pills. After walking for an unknown period of time, the group of 3 suddenly came across a large bronze gate. Just as the 3 of them arrived here, a black fog suddenly flew out from the bronze gate, and from this black fog, countless tiny things that could not be seen with the naked eye rushed towards the trio. The Tsangyan's face changed greatly as he hurriedly retreated, his yuan qi fiercely spurting out a burst of flames, but the black fog was unable to be incinerated and was only able to slightly slow down its speed. Soul-devouring insects, Feiyu exclaimed, her beautiful face going pale, her yuan qi bursting forth and forming a series of water arrows that shot towards the black fog. Why are there still so many of them? Feiyu's voice trembled slightly as she shouted, Tsangyan, run! Although she and the Tsangyan had both reached the third-order transcendent realm and were extremely powerful masters, in the face of these exotic ancient insects, they were still somewhat helpless. The only thing they could do now was to escape from here and report back to their ancestral founder before making a decision. The Tsangyan, on the other hand, did not seem to be in a hurry as he rushed over to Feiyu and Yang Kai's side, staring at the rapidly approaching black fog and shouting to Yang Kai, use your divine sense to burn them. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly reacting, sending out his spiritual energy in the nick of time. Who? A scorching hot aura filled the air as a burst of flames exploded mid-air. The black fog that had rendered the Tsangyan and Feiyu helpless was suddenly burned to ashes. Conflagrated knowledge, see? Feiyu's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai in surprise. She had not expected that this young man would possess such a rare conflagrated knowledge, see? Do you think I would accompany you here to die? Song Yin snorted, a smug look appearing on his face. Yang Kai's expression remained serious. After realizing that his conflagrated knowledge C was actually the nemesis of these exotic ancient insects, he no longer felt nervous and stepped forward towards the closed bronze door. He could feel that there were countless tiny life forms hidden behind this door. These should be the soul-devouring insects. The dozen or so soaring heaven sect disciples should have met their tragic end here. Yang Kai continued to release his conflagrated knowledge C, and the soul-devouring insects did not even have a chance to escape from the bronze door before they were all burned to death. The Tsangyan and Feiyu were both overjoyed. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and nodded to the two. They should all be dead. Little brother did a good job. Feiyu swayed her hips as she walked up and patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. Elder sister likes young and promising boys like you. We should get closer in the future. Ha. Yang Kai let out a few dry laughs. The Tsangyan also walked over and stared at the closed bronze door, an eager look on her face. Since this was a secluded cave mansion left behind by the ancient people, There must be some treasures behind this bronze door. Do you want to go in and take a look? The Tsangyin turned her head and glanced at Feiyu. We've already come all this way. Are you going to turn a blind eye to it? Feiyu smiled lightly. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he said, I'll wait for you here. The Tsangyin and Feiyu stared at him, and Yang Kai explained, there might be other traps inside. I'll only be a burden if I go in. That's fine. The Tsangyin nodded, then you wait here. We'll be back soon. Be careful. Feiyu coquettishly warned. Yang Kai nodded, and the Tsangyin and Feiyu pushed open the bronze door, rushed inside, and disappeared. After they left, Yang Kai slowly walked up to the bronze door and stared at it with a subtle smile on his face. His divine sense cleverly burst forth, and soon, wisps of black fog drifted out from the bronze door. The soul-devouring insects weren't all dead. Yang Kai also knew that the Tsangyin and Feiyu didn't dare to release their divine senses easily, so he had taken advantage of this to successfully deceive them. Yang Kai didn't know why Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder wanted to see him or what he wanted to do with him. On Tong Xin realm, Yang Kai's strength wasn't too high, so these soul-devouring insects that even third-order transcendents were helpless against had provided him with a powerful trump card. Perhaps it was a bit suspicious of him being a petty man, but Yang Kai had to make some plans for his future. Knowing that there would be treasures behind the bronze door, Yang Kai didn't search for them. Firstly, he wanted to collect these soul-devouring insects, and secondly, he didn't want to get into a dispute with the Tsangyin and Feiyu. If they found something good but didn't share it with him, Yang Kai felt that he would definitely hold a grudge against them. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. His spiritual energy flowed out of his body, guiding the soul-devouring insects into his knowledge sea. The soul-devouring insects were living creatures, so unlike the yin-yang monster ginseng, they couldn't be stored inside the black book space. Under the influence of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, the soul-devouring insects seemed to become extremely obedient, all of them rushing into his knowledge sea at his will. Yang Kai controlled the energy in his knowledge sea to prevent the conflagrated knowledge sea from harming them, placing them all on the island formed by the five-colored soul-warming lotus. In the entire knowledge sea, this was the only place without a conflagrated knowledge sea, making it the most suitable place to place the soul-devouring insects. Chapter 690. Today's update. The soul-devouring insects loved to devour spiritual energy while the five-colored soul-warming lotus was constantly emitting a magical energy to nourish Yang Kai's soul. As soon as these exotic ancient insects fell onto the five-colored island, they became excited, as if they had entered a comfortable nest and were no longer willing to leave. This unexpected result was not within Yang Kai's calculations, but it was still something he was happy to see. As long as he could control them well, not only would these exotic ancient insects not cause him any harm, Yang Kai could even use his spiritual energy to cultivate them, strengthen them, and when he needed them, release them to meet his enemies. After obtaining the soul-devouring insects, Yang Kai had gained another layer of self-protection. Although in terms of physical strength, he was still only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator, not even reaching the transcendent realm. In a battle of spiritual energy, Yang Kai felt that he no longer needed to fear Saint Realm Masters. His conflagrated knowledge sea and soul-devouring insects could both be used externally, and although the solitary golden eye could only be used inside his knowledge sea, if some master overestimated their strength and sent their soul into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, they would definitely not be able to return. With this additional layer of protection, Yang Kai felt slightly relieved. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai did not stay in place and instead walked out. He wanted to collect all the exotic ancient insects in the knowledge seas of the Soaring Heaven Sect disciples who were still alive. There were only about 4 or 5 people still alive, so if he left them alone, they would all die. Even Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor would be helpless to save them. Although Yang Kai's starting point was for his own sake, if he succeeded, he could also save their lives and win the favor of Soaring Heaven Sect's masters, a win-win business. Without any burdens in his heart, Yang Kai acted boldly. Inside the Bronze Gate, after Tsangyin and Feiyu rushed in, they continued to search for hidden treasures. Both of them seemed to have gained something as well, and they seemed to be very excited. Tsangyin, I suddenly remembered that the ancestral master sent me out to do something at this time, and I just happened to bump into you bringing that kid back. This shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Fei Yu seemed to have sensed something and asked as she searched for treasures. It shouldn't be a coincidence. The Tsangyin nodded. Grandmaster probably wants to use this opportunity to test the young man's temperament. Did you know from the beginning? Fei Yu looked at the Tsangyin with a faint smile. Of course, the moment I heard about the soul-devouring worms, I understood what the patriarch was planning. Soul-devouring insects can only be dealt with by those with conflagrated knowledge C. How could it be so coincidental that I just happened to bring someone with conflagrated knowledge C back? The Tsangyin said in a deep voice, if I didn't bring him back, the ancestral master wouldn't have let you do this. From the looks of it, ancestral master doesn't seem to know what kind of person that little fellow is. Then why did the ancestral master find him? I don't understand. More than 2 months ago, the ancestral master suddenly asked me to find him. It took me a lot of effort to find out his whereabouts. The Tsangyin frowned slightly, and he doesn't know the ancestral master. Strange. The ancestral master is always so unpredictable. Fei Yu curled her lips. However, since you already know the ancestral master's intentions, you still dare to bargain with me on this condition. You're too shameless. You won't get a share of the 1,000 safflower wine. Hearing this, the Tsangyin's face turned bitter. Conflagrated knowledge, see? Interesting? Fei Yu muttered with a smile. He's also a spirit-grade alchemist, the Tsangyin added. Fei Yu's tender body shook. Are you serious? I think this may be the reason the ancestral master asked me to find him. This little brat's future is boundless. I'm really looking forward to him stirring up a storm in Tongxian realm and becoming an existence not inferior to the old man of Heaven's Keep. If that's the case, then I really need to get close to him. Such a talent is rare. Fei Yu also finally became dignified. Only now did she realize that she had underestimated Yang Kai. And I always felt that his potential was far greater than this. This little brat has many mysteries. With his current performance, if he is properly trained, he may really be able to surpass the young talents from the top forces of Tongxian realm and become the most dazzling new star. The person the ancestral master has chosen is definitely not a vulgar person. Fei Yu also agreed. The two masters secretly decided that before Yang Kai revealed his true strength, they had to establish a good relationship with him. After all, when Yang Kai rode the wind and broke through the waves and became a dragon, it would be of great benefit to them. After about a day and a night, Yang Kai saw Tsangyin and Fei Yu come out from behind the bronze gate. Both of them were overjoyed. It seemed that their harvest was not small. Seeing Yang Kai sitting cross-legged and waiting quietly with 4 or 5 soaring heaven sect disciples lying beside him, Tsangyin and Fei Yu couldn't help showing surprised looks. I had nothing to do, so I tried to expel the soul-devouring insects from their knowledge seas, but I didn't expect to succeed so easily. These people should be able to recover after a year or so of cultivation, Yang Kai explained. Not bad. Sangyin's eyes lit up as she praised. Before, he and Fei Yu had not cared about the life or death of these disciples and had only given them pills because they didn't know what to do. So they thought they were doomed, but now Yang Kai had given them a pleasant surprise. Elder sister likes you more and more. Fei Yu smiled tenderly. You can be considered the savior of these disciples. Rest assured, elder sister will definitely not treat you unfairly. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Are you done? Yes. Sangyin smiled lightly, suddenly reaching out and taking out a few things, placing them in front of Yang Kai and shouting, Take a look. Whatever you want, just take it. These are the things Fei Yu and I found inside, but unfortunately, most of them have been reduced to dust due to the passage of time. I also get a share? Yang Kai pointed to himself and asked in surprise. Of course, did you think we would take everything for ourselves? Fei Yu smiled tenderly. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even have been able to enter the gate, let alone search for treasures. You also saved several of my sect's disciples, so you are the biggest contributor. Then I won't be polite. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his eyes rolling over the few things in front of him. Sangyin and Fei Yu looked at each other and nodded secretly, thinking that this little brat was really a character. If it were any other young man, in front of the two of them, they would not dare to say this. They would definitely refuse and would rather give up the benefits in front of them to leave a good impression on them. When it was time to act, he acted decisively. In front of Kai Yang were 5 things, 3 artifacts, 1 secret art, and the last one was a black stone the size of a fist. These were indeed all the useful things Tsangyan and Feiyu found inside, and they did not hide this matter. Of the 3 artifacts, the worst one was spirit grade top rank, while the remaining 2 were saint grade artifacts, their value immeasurable. Even as strong as Tsangyan and Feiyu were, they had never owned a saint grade artifact. As for that cultivation technique, it was a pretty good one as well. It was a high-grade spirit-level cultivation technique. Yang Kai looked through them one by one, and his eyes finally landed on the dark stone. This stone was round, and he could not tell what material it was made of. Yang Kai poured Yuan Qi into it, but there was no reaction. He also released his divine sense, but he could not find any clues. What is this? Yang Kai looked at the two of them and asked. Tsangyan and Feiyu both shook their heads. They knew nothing about this stone. It was placed in a very hidden place, so they brought it out casually. Then I'll take this, Yang Kai said with a smile. Tsangyan frowned and said seriously, you should choose a secret art to protect yourself. You probably can't use a saint-grade artifact. Your strength is not enough. You can't use the full power of the secret art, and it may even backfire on you. However, this spirit-grade top-rank artifact is very good. Yeah, you don't have to be so modest. Feiyu was also puzzled. She thought that this kid was very decisive. Why did he suddenly change his personality? She did not like this. Choosing a stone of unknown use, it was a loss no matter how she looked at it. I'm not being modest. Yang Kai laughed. Since you can't tell the origin of this thing, it means that it's either worthless or very valuable. If I take it, I may earn more than you. You're gambling. Tsangyan did not agree. The profit in hand is the real profit. Since it's here, and you brought it out, it means that it's very likely to be valuable. You two are not blind people. Yang Kai smiled and put away the dark stone. I don't need the secret art, and I don't need the secret art. I'll take it. Since you're so insistent, we won't say anything. Don't cry when you find out that you've lost. Feiyu snorted and no longer tried to dissuade him. Together with the Tsangyan, in front of Yang Kai, they divided up the remaining 4 things. The two of them each obtained a saint-grade artifact. As for the remaining spirit-grade high-rank artifact and cultivation method, they each took one at random. With such a bountiful harvest, both the Tsangyan and Feiyu were very happy. Let's go out. Martial ancestor should be waiting for us, Tsangyan said, grabbing 2 unconscious disciples and taking the lead to walk out. Feiyu also grabbed 2 and turned to Yang Kai. You take the last one. I specifically left a beauty for you. Don't worry too much. She should be a flower without a master. Take advantage of her while she's unconscious to take advantage of her. As they spoke, their expressions were ambiguous, as if they knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, carrying the last soaring heaven-sect female disciple on his back and following them out. Returning the way they came, the 3 of them using their movement skills all the way up, soon arriving halfway up the mountain. Identifying the direction, the Tsangyan didn't say a word and flew off in the direction of soaring heaven sect. Yang Kai and Feiyu hurriedly followed. After an hour or so, the 3 of them arrived at a huge mountain valley. Looking down, there were many scattered houses and cultivator activity in the valley below. Chapter 691. Although the cultivator here was not as densely packed as the Thunderlight sect, Yang Kai found that the overall level of these cultivators was much higher than the Thunderlight sects. The world energy here was as rich as a river, flowing endlessly through the mountain valley. Yang Kai had only just arrived, but after taking a single breath, he felt his whole body relax, relaxing his mind and relaxing his whole body. The mountain valley was so large that Yang Kai could not see the end of it from midair. He could not help but be surprised. Rather than calling this a mountain valley, it would be more accurate to call it a sunken plain. Around the mountain valley, there were more than 100 mountain peaks that pierced the sky. There were many birds, beasts, spirit grasses, and spirit medicines growing on these peaks, exuding a vibrant vitality. These mountain peaks seemed to be scattered around the mountain valley, but Yang Kai always felt that they were arranged in a special way. The world energy in the distance seemed to be attracted by some kind of mysterious force and was continuously flowing into the mountain valley through the surrounding hundreds of mountain peaks, nourishing the cultivators in the mountain valley and the spirit grasses and medicines growing on the mountain peaks. Songyin and Fei Yu glanced at each other and secretly nodded. Yang Kai could see that there was some mystery here at a glance. Obviously, his eyesight was extraordinary. These 100 mountain peaks are the foundation of my soaring heaven sect, Songyin explained. Oh, is there something special about them? Naturally, there is. Songyin gently nodded. You should have noticed that the world energy outside is gathering towards the sect. This is the 100 Peak Spirit Array. With the surrounding 101 mountain peaks as its pivot, it is a shocking giant spirit array. Only half of these mountain peaks are naturally formed. And the other half? It was created by the ancestral founder, Songyin grinned. Yang Kai was shocked and exclaimed, Your sect's ancestral founder is really amazing. Naturally, when one's strength reaches a certain level, they can overturn rivers and seas, even pluck the stars and summon the moon. It is rumored that some masters can enter the depths of the star field and seek out all kinds of great opportunities and fortunes from the stars. Deep into star field? Yang Kai's eyes were filled with amazement. It was as if a great door was slowly opening in front of him, allowing him to see many mysteries that he had never imagined before. His eyes couldn't help but shine as he listened carefully. Deep into Starfield. Songyin nodded firmly. You saw a strange science stone an old man Du's hand a few days ago. That's a product of the Starfield. It doesn't exist in Tongxian realm. That stone is extremely precious. Unfortunately, it was damaged in the end. Inside the star field, there are all kinds of herbs and ores you can't even imagine, all of them far surpassing Saint grade. There are even star beasts that are more powerful than Saint realm masters. Each one of them is extremely powerful and extremely large. Perhaps even the smallest one is larger than my soaring heaven sect's mountain valley. Kai Yang opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief on his face. What Songyin said was simply too incredible. That's just a legend. As for what the star field is like, in fact, even I don't know. No master has ever proven that they have ever entered the star field. Songyin sniffed and added. Yang Kai couldn't help smiling as he nodded. But your soaring heaven sect's 100 peaks spirit array is also quite amazing. Where I come from, it's an unimaginable feat. Where you come from? Songyin was stunned. I come from a small place. It's a remote place, not as wonderful as this world, Yang Kai explained faintly. So that's how it is, Songyin nodded. Songyin nodded lightly. The 100 Peak Spirit Array is indeed a magnificent feat even in Tongxian realm. It is rare to see such a thing. This spirit array not only gathers world energy, but also plays a defensive role in the event of a great disaster. However, no one has ever dared to invade my soaring heaven sect, so I've never seen the 100 Peaks Spirit Array fully activated. The two of you don't need to talk nonsense. Hurry up and descend. Fei Yu interrupted the conversation between the two impatiently. Let me introduce you to little brother. Songyin decided to build a good relationship with Yang Kai, so the way he addressed him became more intimate. Songyin no longer said anything and led Yang Kai and Fei Yu down the mountain valley. Perhaps it was because the world energy aura here was too rich, but looking down from mid-air, the scenery was not very vivid. Everything below the mountain valley seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist, as if it was a dangerous place. A moment later, the trio landed. As Songyin walked forward, the soaring heaven sect disciples he encountered along the way all greeted him respectfully. These cultivators' cultivation was not low, most of them having reached the immortal ascension boundary. Their auras incredibly strong, seemingly much stronger than any other cultivator of the same realm. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at this sight. These soaring heaven sect disciples all had extremely strong vitality. Their physique and meridians were exceptionally strong, and their yuan qi was also extremely rich. Obviously, their combat strength was not to be underestimated. After handing over the 5 rescued disciples to these people, Songyin led Yang Kai to a relatively remote courtyard and said, You can stay here for now. I'll come find you after I report to Martial Ancestor. Don't I need to see that senior now? Yang Kai frowned. He thought he would have to see soaring heaven sect's martial ancestor immediately. Yang Kai had many questions in his heart and wanted to see this Saint Realm master so he could resolve his doubts, but listening to Songyin's words, it was obviously not time yet. Wait until martial ancestor summons you. Songyin smiled, not saying anything more, turning around and leaving in a carefree manner. Feiyu glanced over at Yang Kai and said considerately, "You don't have to feel too much psychological burden. Martial ancestor won't have any malicious intent towards a little guy like you. If he really wanted to harm you, he wouldn't have sent Songyin in. Here, I'll give you 2 things to pass the time." Saying so, she suddenly threw 2 things to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught them and found that they were actually shackles made of some unknown stone material. "What are these?" Yang Kai examined them and found that there wasn't anything special about them. Weighing them in his hand, they didn't seem to weigh more than half a kilogram, and there were no traces of spirit arrays or energy inside them. It really did seem like they were just toys. "Try pouring your yuan qi into them as much as you can," Feiyu reminded him. Yang Kai nodded and poured his yuan qi into the 2 shackles. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a heavy feeling hit him. This heavy feeling was so heavy that even he couldn't hold it firmly. His body was pulled forward and he almost fell to the ground. Tumbling a few times in the air, Yang Kai managed to avoid this embarrassing fate. Asterisk hong hong. Asterisk accompanied by 2 muffled sounds, the 2 shackles fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Yang Kai's face paled as he stared at the scene in front of him. Accompanied by a burst of giggling laughter, Feiyu seemed to be overjoyed. "Are you messing with me?" Yang Kai frowned and stared at this beautiful woman. Because he felt that this woman didn't have any malicious intentions, Yang Kai naturally didn't think much of it, but he didn't expect her to be so evil. Those 2 shackles were obviously not some ordinary toy, but something of great significance. "Sister is just teaching you. Don't trust anyone easily." Feiyu giggled. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded. "Thank you, Auntie. You really are insidious." Feiyu's laughter suddenly stopped, her pair of beautiful eyes spitting fire as she stared at Yang Kai. A burst of laughter came from the top of a nearby tree. Feiyu raised her hand and summoned a giant water dragon, sending it flying towards the man hiding in the tree and biting him. "If you laugh one more time, I'll tear your mouth off." Feiyu glared at the man coldly. The man shrunk his neck and didn't dare laugh again, flicking his finger and shattering Feiyu's water dragon before disappearing like a bolt of lightning, his voice calling out from afar, "Boy, if you want to live a long life, you'd best stay away from that crazy woman. Ramara, you're dead today." Feiyu's tender body flickered as she chased after him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Another 3rd-order transcendent master. Just now, this man had been hiding nearby. Even Yang Kai hadn't noticed him, his aura completely concealed. Although it was only a quick glance, Yang Kai was able to clearly see this man's face. He was thin, short, and had a mustache on either side of his mouth, giving him an extremely wretched appearance. He was a master who was particularly easy to remember. On the way here, Songyin had told him that Soaring Heaven Sect had 4 3rd-order Transcendent Realm Protectors, Songyin and Feiyu being one of them. This Ramaru should also be one of them. As for the remaining one, Yang Kai hadn't seen him yet. But now, it seemed that these 4 all had their own specialties within their respective territory. Songyin's specialties were fire, Feiyu's were water, and Ramaru's should be speed or strength. Yang Kai had clearly seen this man's sudden burst of strength and naturally understood how tyrannical he was. Standing in place, no one came to greet him, causing Yang Kai's expression to become somewhat strange. Arriving at such a powerful sect without knowing the specific reason for his actions made Yang Kai feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Right now, he could only wait until he met with Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder to ask for an explanation. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai stared at the 2 strange shackles in the pit in front of him and reached out to pick them up. When he touched them, Yang Kai was surprised to find that these 2 shackles weren't heavy at all. Just as he had felt before, they were at most half a kilogram in weight. However, just now, they had been so heavy that they had almost sent him flying and even created a large pit in the ground. Frowning and hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai poured his yuan qi into the shackles. The next moment, Yang Kai's brow rose. Sure enough, as he expected, as he poured in his yuan qi, the two shackles on his hands became much heavier, causing his shoulders to tremble slightly. Continuing to pour in, the feeling of heaviness became more and more intense. Yang Kai hadn't exerted his full strength yet, but he found that he couldn't hold the two shackles any longer. They weighed at least 5,000 or 6,000 kilograms. The place where he stood suddenly began to crack like a spider web, as if the ground was unable to withstand such a huge pressure. After perceiving the mystery of these two shackles, Yang Kai smiled happily, suddenly feeling that the things Fei Yu had thrown to him were really good. They were not only useful for killing time, but also useful for tempering his physical strength. Chapter 692. Soaring Heaven Sect, Inside a Secret Room. Song Yin stood respectfully in place, reporting to the martial ancestor what had happened after seeing Yang Kai. After hearing that Yang Kai had killed Duan Hai and Su Qi in front of Xiaqing Yin, Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor couldn't help showing a meaningful smile. Soon after, martial ancestor spoke about what had happened in the cave mansion, causing him to be quite surprised. He has a conflagrated knowledge, see? Song Yin nodded solemnly. Does martial ancestor not know? I don't know. The old man slowly shook his head. I only vaguely felt that this matter could only be solved with his help, so when you were about to return, I sent Fei Yu over. Then martial ancestor has never seen that little brat before? I haven't seen him before, but he has some kind of relationship with this old master. Song Yin looked confused, obviously not understanding what kind of relationship Yang Kai had with the martial ancestor. Good, besides you and Duan, Xia Chengyin also knows that he has a conflagrated knowledge, see, right? The martial ancestor asked lightly. Song Yin's expression became solemn as he nodded lightly. Yes, that little girl from the Alchemist Guild also knows, and on the way back, Fei Yu also saw him. I understand. You may withdraw. Disciple will take his leave. Song Yin bowed and withdrew. After leaving the secret room, he stared thoughtfully in the direction of Bright Thunder Spirit Religion, a cold smile appearing on his face. Yang Kai stayed in Soaring Heaven Sect for 2 days. Only Fei Yu came to see him once. Song Yin was nowhere to be found, and no one else came to greet him. Fei Yu gave him a jar of 1,000 safflower wine, saying it was a gift to thank him for helping her in the cave mansion. This beautiful woman was somewhat wanton and uninhibited. When she came to find Kai Yang, she was drunk, her body reeking of alcohol. Her cheeks were red, and her slender neck glowed a different shade of red, making her look extremely attractive. Don't drink too much this time, your little body won't be able to bear it, Fei Yu said with a smile. Putting down the 1,000 safflower wine, she disappeared. Yang Kai didn't know where she went. Yang Kai just smiled helplessly, not even having a chance to inquire about this woman's whereabouts. He could only put the 1,000 safflower into his black book space and continue to walk around the courtyard. In the eyes of outsiders, he was just strolling casually, and his pace was neither fast nor slow. However, his flesh and blood were obviously wriggling endlessly, and his body seemed to be enduring an enormous and incomparable pressure. But what made people feel strange was that the place where he landed was ordinary and did not leave behind any traces. 3 days later, Song Yin suddenly appeared and beckoned to Yang Kai. Martial ancestor wants to see you. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart's his heart. There were too many questions he needed to ask, and he also wanted to know what kind of person Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor was. Yang Kai had only walked a short distance when Song Yin suddenly looked at him strangely and asked, "Are you nervous?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "Then why is your yuan qi constantly bursting out? And why is your physique so tight?" "No." Song Yin's expression suddenly changed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai, asking in surprise, "Did Fei Yu give you the primordial shackles?" "Are they called the primordial shackles?" Song Yin nodded lightly. "The more yuan qi is poured in, the heavier the shackles become." "How much weight are you bearing now?" "About 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms. "You're really strange, boy," Song Yin said in surprise. Did you specialize in cultivating your physique before? Yes, I did. His unyielding golden skeleton's secret art was specifically designed to develop his physique. Now that he was bearing 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms of weight, apart from feeling a little unnatural, Yang Kai didn't seem any different from usual. Even when he walked, he didn't leave any marks on the ground. Song Yin was amazed. He had also worn Fei Yu's primordial shackles before, but when he was at Yang Kai's level, he couldn't be as relaxed as he was. How could an alchemist's physique be so strong? Alchemists were immersed in the alchemic way all year round and rarely had time to cultivate. So basically all alchemists weren't very strong. If a cultivator of the same level fought an alchemist, the one who would lose would definitely be the alchemist. However, Yang Kai had killed Duan Hai and Su Qi before, entering and exiting the Wind Eye and Thunder Eye. Song Yin had seen this clearly and faintly felt that this little brat wasn't just a simple spirit-grade alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge C. After walking for a long time, Song Yin suddenly stopped in front of a house and said, "Go in. Martial Ancestor is waiting for you inside." Yang Kai nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and strode in. Walking into the house and turning a corner, Yang Kai saw a flickering candle that seemed to be on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. The light in the room wasn't very bright, and a thin old man with white hair and a beard was sitting cross-legged. His aura was as calm as an ancient well, and there was nothing special about him. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, knowing that this was Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor. Looking around, he walked towards him. Arriving in front of him, Yang Kai bowed respectfully. "Junior Yang Kai greets Senior." The old man slowly opened his eyes and stared at Yang Kai, smiling kindly. "Your aptitude is good, your perseverance is good, and you have both courage and courage. It is rare to see such a young man nowadays. Senior is too kind. Sit down." Yang Kai sat down cross-legged on a cushion in front of him. After sitting down, his expression suddenly changed as he faintly smelled a faint smell of blood in the air. "I know you have a lot of questions, but don't be in a hurry to ask. Open the package in front of you and take a look," the old man said with a smile. Yang Kai looked down and sure enough saw a package in front of him. On this package, there was obviously blood seeping out, and the smell of blood was coming from this package. Yang Kai frowned slightly but didn't hesitate to open the package. After seeing what was inside, he quickly raised his head and stared at Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor in shock. It was actually a human head. Bright Thunder Religion's religion master, Xiacheng Yin's head. "Before you grow up, no one should be able to reveal the secret of your conflagrated knowledge C," the old man said with a smile. "Many thanks for Senior's help." Yang Kai quickly thanked him. Originally, Yang Kai had planned to wait until he broke through to the transcendent realm before silencing these people, but he hadn't expected that Soaring Heaven Sect's martial ancestor would help him accomplish this ahead of time, allowing Yang Kai to relieve the burden in his heart. At that time, Yang Kai had no choice but to reveal the secret of his conflagrated knowledge C because in his opinion, information about the ancient demon clan and the coffin-carrying man could not be leaked. A trivial matter, the old man shook his head lightly. With his strength and means, killing a third-order transcendent realm religion master was indeed a trivial matter. Before Xiacheng Yin could even react, his head had already fallen to the ground. "Senior," Yang Kai sat up straight and quickly asked, "May I ask, why did you do this? Why did you let the Tsangyin search for me? Why did the Tsangyin take such good care of me? On top of that, you even killed Bright Thunder Religion's religion master for me. We haven't even met before, have we?" "Haha," the old man chuckled. "This old master naturally has his reasons for doing so. This old master's name is Chu Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, have you thought of something?" Yang Kai's expression changed, faintly perceiving some information. Staring towards the old man, the vigilance in his eyes gradually melted and became brighter and brighter. "It seems you've thought of something, but aren't sure. Then, this old master will show you some evidence." Chu Ling Xiao smiled heartily, suddenly stretching out his hand and sending a burst of energy into Yang Kai's body. While Yang Kai was caught off guard, the sound of a chain being swung rang out in the secret room. A golden chain suddenly appeared out of thin air, and was caught by Chu Ling Xiao. Devil Sealing Chain, Yang Kai exclaimed. This was an artifact he had obtained in High Heaven Pavilion's coiling dragon stream. Since obtaining it, he had only used it twice. The first time was when he killed Demon General Meng Ji's soul clone in the Evil Cavern. The second time was when he used the Devil Sealing Chain to deal with Demon Lord Yang Bai. After Yang Bai's death, Yang Kai had taken back the Devil Sealing Chain. But now, the Devil Sealing Chain had been summoned by Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder. This is this old master's possession. Chu Ling Xiao looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai only felt the confusion in front of him suddenly become clear as he suddenly understood everything. Chuckling meaningfully, he scratched his head and asked, "Ancestral founder?" Chu Ling Xiao nodded lightly. This old master had not expected that after a few hundred years, someone would actually be able to travel from that world to Tongxian realm. It seems you've suffered a lot. You've worked hard. I haven't suffered much. I've had someone to take care of me all this time. Yang Kai's mood subtly became excited as he stared at Chu Ling Xiao, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had just returned home. That's good, Chu Ling Xiao sighed lightly. A few hundred years ago, this old master also went to your world and knew that the resources there were thin. You being able to reach this point is truly surprising. So, High Heaven Pavilion was really founded by you? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Chu Ling Xiao nodded. The sect was named after myself. Many years ago, I chased a demon general through a void corridor and arrived in your world. I fought with him there and finally managed to disperse his soul, but I was unable to destroy his body no matter how I tried. So I had no choice but to bind it with the Devil Sealing Chain and seal it under a mountain stream. I founded High Heaven Pavilion so that someone could guard the demon general's body. After a few dozen years there, I determined that the demon general's soul had dissipated, so I found my way back. Chu Ling Xiao explained before sighing. Time passes so quickly. Are you a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion? Yes. Good. You being able to obtain the Devil Sealing Chain shows that there is some kind of fate between you and me. Chu Ling Xiao chuckled, pausing for a moment before asking, what is the situation over there? Is the sect doing well? It's doing well now, but a few years ago, it was almost destroyed. Oh? Tell me about it. This old master has been a bit too irresponsible towards the sect he founded. Yang Kai immediately recounted what had happened to High Heaven Pavilion over the years, not leaving out any details. It had been a long time since he had had such an open and honest conversation with someone. This old man in front of him was not only Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder, but also High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, so Yang Kai naturally didn't conceal anything from him. Chu Ling Xiao also listened with great interest, seemingly quite interested in the successor to the other world. Chapter 693. When he heard that the current sect master of High Heaven Pavilion had actually broken through to the second-order transcendent realm, Chu Ling Xiao's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He was well aware that in the other world, one needed to have extraordinary aptitude and talent to reach this level of cultivation. When he left that year, he didn't leave behind too many things, only a universe bag. This universe bag was later given to Yang Kai by Ling Tai Su, and Yang Kai passed it to Su Yin. So you're from the Central Capital's 8 great families. When this old master was there, he also heard about the strength of the Central Capital's 8 great families. Chu Ling Xiao nodded lightly. They can't compare to this place, Yang Kai said sadly. Any one of the forces here was stronger than the Central Capital's 8 great families. How did you get here? Chu Ling Xiao asked again. Yang Kai immediately explained how he and Shui Ling had found the Void Corridor and arrived here. Water Spirit Temple Inn. This old master has heard of it. In the territory of the sea, it's a force that specializes in water attribute secret arts. Chu Ling Xiao nodded slightly. It's been hard for you to reach this point. This is the path this disciple chose himself, Yang Kai replied seriously. Do you have any plans for your future? Chu Ling Xiao asked kindly. Not at the moment, but I want to find 2 people. Who are you looking for? My 2 senior sisters. They are also here, Yang Kai said casually. Hearing this, Chu Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. What are their characteristics? I can ask the people in the sect to help you keep an eye out for them. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly described the characteristics of Su Yin and Xiaoning Chong, adding, strictly speaking, they are a group of four. They are a group of four. Other than my two senior sisters, there is also a devil. It is the devil general's corporeal body that Patriarch sealed back then, but now, another devil's spirit has entered it. A demon lord? Ancestral founder can rest assured, he shouldn't be part of the demon race. It's just that his secret art is evil. He has also helped me a lot, and can be considered a friend of mine. He calls himself the Old Demon. I don't know his specific name. Old Demon? I haven't heard of him, but I trust your judgment. What about the other one? That old guy is called Ming Wuya. He's quite a mysterious person. Ming Wuya? Chu Ling Zhao's expression changed. You mean Ming Wuya? Patriarch knows him? I do know a person called Ming Wuya, but I don't know if it's the same person. What does he look like? Yang Kai quickly described Ming Wuya's appearance, causing Chu Ling Zhao's expression to become strange as he muttered, "It really is him? But isn't he already dead? That old fox is still here, and he even escaped to your world." Yang Kai was surprised. Ancestor, you seem to be very familiar with Treasurer Ming? Not really. I've fought with him a few times, but there's no enmity between us. We've only exchanged a few moves. But this person, he's a very difficult character to deal with. 200 years ago, he was a very famous character, but after his battle with the demon commander, he disappeared without a trace. We all thought he had died. He fought with Patriarch? Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help widening. What level is he? Can he even fight with Patriarch? A Saint Realm Master. Chu Ling Zhao glanced at Yang Kai strangely. What's wrong? Yang Kai's mouth twitched a few times before he replied, a few years ago, he was only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Later, when I separated from him, he was around the second or third order transcendent realm, but he seems to have been sealed by some kind of seal. Ha 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 ha. Chu Ling Zhao laughed. That old dog deserves it. He must have been struck by the demon commander's profound heavenly seal. That's a grand divine technique with 3 layers of seals, but from what you just said, he should have already unlocked the first layer. It's rare for him to be able to escape with his life from the demon commander. His luck is quite good. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brilliantly, his face filled with disbelief and shock. No wonder he had always felt Treasurer Ming was so mysterious. It turned out that he was actually a top Saint Realm Master. Unlocking the first layer of his seal had allowed him to restore his strength to the Transcendent Realm. If he could unseal the second layer, he might be able to restore his strength to the Saint Realm, and if he could unseal the third layer, he would definitely be able to return to his peak strength. You brought me some good news. Chu Ling Zhao looked very happy, but it won't be easy to find him. When he fought with the demon commander also suffered a small loss. The demon race is a race that holds grudges, so before his strength is fully restored, this old dog should be hiding himself and won't expose himself in front of the world. After all, he is also a famous figure. Once the demon race receives news about him, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. Yang Kai was stunned. I'll try to help you pay attention to the movements of your 2 senior sisters. If there's any news, I'll let you know. You can be considered a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect. So from now on, you can live here with peace of mind. There's no need to restrain yourself. Just treat this place as your own home. Disciple understands. Yang Kai took a deep breath and nodded. After learning that the person in front of him was High Heaven Pavilion's ancestral founder, Yang Kai felt that he was no longer an outsider. Fortunately, Chu Ling Zhao had sensed a trace of the devil sealing chain's aura and found him through it. Otherwise, Yang Kai would probably still be homeless and without a home. Zhangyan, Chu Ling Zhao called out. The Zhangyan who had been waiting outside the door immediately walked in. Disciple is here. Arrange a place for your martial nephew. Disciple understands. Right, ancestral founder. Disciple also has a request, Yang Kai suddenly said. If you have anything to say, just say it. Because of some reasons, I need to improve my alchemy skills, so I want to ask the sect to provide me with some herbs. Let Zhangyan arrange it. This is also my Soaring Heaven sect's good fortune. Chu Ling Zhao smiled and nodded. Yang Kai volunteering to help the sect perform alchemy was naturally something he hoped to see happen. After bidding farewell to Chu Ling Xiao, Yang Kai and Songyin went outside. Songyin looked at Yang Kai strangely and asked, "Did you come from another world?" And, "No wonder I've never heard of you before. I've always wondered how such an outstanding young talent like you could be so unknown, but now I understand. Now that we're family, Martial Uncle will definitely take care of you in the future. If anyone dares to provoke you, Martial Uncle will help you destroy their entire family." Songyin grinned. Yang Kai's face went black. When he returned to the courtyard, Yang Kai was surprised to find that Fei Yu was lying lazily in the hallway with a flushed face, her exquisite and graceful curves causing one's imagination to run wild. Half of her breasts were exposed, and her cleavage was tantalizing. She was holding a wine jug in her hand and was currently drinking happily. Drinking again. Songyin slowly shook his head and whispered to Yang Kai, "Your martial aunt doesn't look like a woman at all. She loves to drink and reeks of alcohol all year round. I don't think anyone will want her in this life." Before he finished speaking, the wine jug in Fei Yu's hand flew over. Songyin caught it indifferently, sniffed it, and said discontentedly, "Isn't this thousand safflower wine?" "Humph." Fei Yu got up and glanced sideways at Songyin. "You don't have a share of this thousand safflower wine, my yin-yang soul beckoning lamp." "But you promised me before," Songyin said discontentedly. "That thousand safflower wine. I've already transferred it to this little brother." "You transferred it to him?" Songyin stared at Yang Kai in amazement for a moment before suddenly putting on a flattering smile and saying, "Martial nephew, you see, Martial uncle has been busy for 2 months because of you. Shouldn't you show some filial piety?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Good things are for me to keep for myself?" Songyin blinked, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to directly refuse him. Fei Yu's brow furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "How did he suddenly become martial nephew? Did this little brother join our Soaring Heaven sect?" "Strictly speaking, he is a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect." "What happened?" Fei Yu was at a loss, her beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Songyin briefly explained the whole story, causing Fei Yu to suddenly feel a little happy. "So, I'm also this little brat's martial aunt?" Songyin nodded. "Hehe, I've gained a cheap martial nephew." Rimaru suddenly appeared from nowhere, his height no higher than Yang Kai's chest, his hands folded behind his back as he stared at Yang Kai, his eyes flashing brilliantly as he nodded lightly, "Not bad." "Greetings, martial uncles." Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. The three of them glanced at each other before bursting into laughter, Fei Yu even laughing so hard that she couldn't stand up straight. Rimara suddenly said, I think we should hold a celebratory feast to celebrate martial nephew's return to the sect." "Good idea." Songyin also nodded. "Let's do it on Serene Resplendent Peak." "No." Fei Yu's expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly tried to stop him. Songyin had already used his movement technique to fly away, his voice echoing from afar. "I'm going to hunt some game and bring it back." Rimaro also disappeared in a flash. "I'm going to find Fei Jian. We can't leave him out of the good stuff." In the blink of an eye, only Fei Yu and Yang Kai were left. The beautiful woman clenched her teeth as she stared in the direction Songyin and Rimaru disappeared, hatefully saying, "You bastards!" After cursing, she smiled sweetly and shook her head. "A bunch of shameless bastards who only know how to scheme against my thousand safflower wine." She then glanced at Yang Kai. "Let's go. If we don't satisfy them this time, they'll definitely live on Serene Resplendent Peak." "What a headache." "I'm going too?" Yang Kai was stunned. "You're the target they set up. Of course you have to go." Fei Yu nodded, and without any explanation, grabbed Yang Kai by the collar and flew towards a distant mountain peak. Just as they flew, they suddenly felt a strange weight. Her beautiful face couldn't help but change, and she quickly increased her strength. Fei Yu faintly glanced at Yang Kai, frowned, and said, "You're carrying the primeval shackles?" And Yang Kai nodded. "Don't pour yuan qi into me. It's very difficult for me to fly like this." Fei Yu glared at him. She almost made a fool of herself just now. Yang Kai grinned and put away the yuan qi, and the two suddenly sped up a lot. Not long after, they descended on a beautiful mountain peak. Chapter 694. This mountain peak was extraordinarily beautiful, with a waterfall at its summit, like the Milky Way, surrounded by mist, giving off a clear and natural feeling. Feiyu led Yang Kai through the sloping waterfall and landed in front of a cave halfway up the mountain. Yang Kai took a deep breath and relaxed his body and mind, but after probing the cave, he found that there was no one inside. This is Serene Resplendent Peak, where I live. Each of us 4 protectors has our own mountain peak. Their place is very lively, but I don't like the noise, so I live alone. Come with me. Saying so, she led Yang Kai into the cave. The interior of the cave was very spacious, dry, and clean. In the middle of the mountain, stone rooms had been cleverly carved out, and the stone walls were dotted with glowing stones. Here, there was not even the slightest smell. Instead, it was filled with a faint fragrance. Yang Kai was amazed. He had thought that a woman like Feiyu, who was so fond of wine, would definitely not have the temperament of a woman, but he had never imagined that her residence would be so exquisite. Little Martial nephew, why don't you live here with me from now on? Martial uncle is quite lonely by himself, Feiyu suddenly said, not knowing whether she was joking or not. I live here, and before, I arranged for you to live in this mountain valley because I didn't know your origins. But since you are also a disciple of my Soaring Heaven sect, you have the right to choose a mountain peak to live in. Moreover, if you want to practice alchemy, you should need a quiet and comfortable environment, right? My place is quite good. The Tsangyan people come and go every day, so I'm sure they will disturb you. The conditions here are really good. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Think about it carefully. Martial uncle is serious. Feiyu smiled, her blushing face like a ripe fruit. Walking around the mountain, Feiyu and Yang Kai soon arrived at an open space. Although Feiyu said that the Tsangyan bastards only cared about her 1,000 safflower wine, when she arrived, she still enthusiastically arranged the tables and chairs, took out a few jars of her own 1,000 safflower wine, and brought out her treasured spiritual fruits. Just as they settled down, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps nearby. Immediately, Tsangyan, Rimaru, and another tall and thin man strode in. I seem to smell wine. Rimaru's thick eyebrows twitched as he sniffed the air exaggeratedly. On Tsangyan's back was a monster beast that Yang Kai had never seen before, valiantly charging forward. After seeing the wine jar on the table, both of them revealed a knowing smile and licked their lips. Feiyu is really a good girl. Feiyu's expression became cold as she scolded them, 1 jar each, drink it all and scram. Enough, enough. Rimaru nodded quickly, picking up one of the jars, unwilling to let it go. Yang Kai quietly observed the third person. This person should be the last of Soaring Heaven sect's 4 protectors. He was also a third-order transcendent, but Yang Kai keenly discovered that unlike Tsangyan's oppressive aura, Feiyu's gentle aura, and Rimaru's treacherous aura, this person's aura was particularly sharp. The other party also seemed to be looking at him, suddenly grinning. Is this the new little Martial nephew? Seeing this grin, Yang Kai almost laughed out loud, because this person actually had a mouth full of exaggerated buck teeth. Originally, he thought that Rimaru was wretched enough, but compared to this one, he felt like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. These 2 masters from Soaring Heaven sect were really quite unique. Yang Kai greets Martial uncle. Yang Kai solemnly saluted. Fei Jian nodded lightly and suddenly assumed the posture of drawing an arrow. Wang. The world seemed to tremble slightly as the surrounding world energy stagnated. Yang Kai instinctively narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, unable to avoid it. Tsangyan, Feiyu, and Rimaru all remained silent, simply staring at Yang Kai with smiles. Fei Jian's index finger twirled and suddenly, with a whoosh, an invisible attack shot straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes bulged as a majestic yuan qi burst from his body, and he fiercely punched forward. Hong. The energy around him became chaotic as his yuan qi fluctuated, but Yang Kai didn't move. The eyes of the 4 protectors lit up. Fei Jian grinned and said, not bad. Tsangyan told me that your strength was much stronger than an average Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, but I didn't believe it. But now it seems that my soaring heaven sect has gained another pillar of support. Martial uncle uses arrows? Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Fei Jian nodded lightly, yes. Fei Yu leaned over and whispered in Yang Kai's ear. This guy is quite insidious. He never fights head-on, but when he hides in the dark, no one can avoid his arrows. If you want to learn how to play tricks on others, you should ask him for advice. Yang Kai nodded. He understood that Fei Jian's attack just now was just a test and didn't carry any hostility or malice, but even so, it was almost beyond the range of what Yang Kai could withstand. None of these four from Soaring Heaven sect could be underestimated. One's appearance stems from one's heart. Fei Yu suddenly smiled meaningfully. Hey, pay attention to your wording. Rimaru suddenly became unhappy. All right, enough nonsense. I've been waiting for this 1,000 safflower wine for 50 years. Let's drink. Songyin stepped forward, picked up a jug, opened the seal, and drank a mouthful, his complexion suddenly becoming rosy as he praised, good wine. Seeing him eat so heartily, Remark and Fei Jian couldn't hold back and quickly joined in. Yang Kai sat to the side and slowly ate a spirit fruit, watching everyone's forthright attitude. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. The relationship between these four martial uncles and martial sisters should be very good, and the occasional dispute between them was a catalyst for the improvement of their relationship. After 3 rounds of drinking, each of the 4 martial uncles showed their ugly side, none of them showing the proper attitude of a transcendent realm master. Fei Yu's skin glowed red as she drunkenly glanced over at Yang Kai, tossing him her wine jug and smiling charmingly, little martial nephew, you should also drink a mouthful. Yang Kai caught the jug, glanced over at her, and also took a big gulp. There wasn't a strong feeling of alcohol, but instead a soft and mellow taste. Kai Yang didn't even have time to praise it before a burning sensation spread from his lower abdomen, like a raging inferno burning within him. Kai Yang's complexion changed. He felt as if all his flesh and meridians were squirming, and an invisible force was rampaging through his body. In an instant, his body no longer listened to him, becoming extremely stiff as he fell backwards onto the ground. Fei Yu reacted quickly and snatched the wine jug from Yang Kai's hand. The 4 third-order, transcendent realm masters looked at each other for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. After laughing for a while, the 4 martial uncles began drinking again, none of them paying attention to Yang Kai. When Yang Kai woke up again, his surroundings were quiet. Songyin and the others had already left, leaving behind only a mess. Fei Yu was lying on a nearby chair, her posture languid, one of her jade arms supporting her head as she stared drunkenly at Yang Kai. Awake? Fei Yu smiled. Yang Kai blushed and nodded slightly. He hadn't expected the so-called 1,000 safflower wine to be so powerful. It really didn't have much alcohol in it, but the energy it contained was enormous. How do you feel? It seems to be quite good. Yang Kai examined himself slightly and found that the Yuan Qi was flowing through his body faster than before. His physique and meridians were undoubtedly stronger than before. That's good. The 1,000 safflower wine I gave you can only drink 3 mouthfuls a month at most. Don't drink too much. It's not good for your body. I'm going to sleep for a while. You can help yourself. Fei Yu still smiled, pausing for a moment before continuing, right? Tell Songyin and the others that you'll be living on Serene Resplendent Peak from now on. They'll deliver the herbs for you to use in alchemy. Got it. Yang Kai nodded. The next moment, Fei Yu closed her beautiful eyes, breathing evenly through her delicate nose, as if she had been forcing herself to keep an eye on Yang Kai. After sitting cross-legged for a long time and absorbing all the remaining medicinal efficacies in his body, Yang Kai got up and began tidying up the mess on the ground. 2 hours later, Fei Yu gradually woke up, stretching and yawning in front of Yang Kai without a care for her image, exposing her exquisite curves. Come with me. I'll find a suitable place for you to cultivate. Fei Yu beckoned and stepped inside. The deeper he went into the mountain, the richer the aura Yang Kai could feel. Not long after, a glittering stone room suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. The walls and floor of this stone room were completely paved with crystal stones. Inside these crystal stones, there were faint lines of spirit arrays. World energy continuously flowed into this stone room, giving Yang Kai a warm and comfortable feeling. It was as if he didn't need to do anything as the world energy continuously flowed into his body, enhancing his strength. This was simply a cultivation holy land. Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that this stone room was paved with more than one layer of crystal stones, at least a dozen or so, each one more than 12 meters thick. To spend so many crystal stones to create such a stone room, it could be said that the amount of money spent was not small. Staring blankly at the stone room in front of him, Yang Kai was inexplicably shocked. "Is this place okay?" Fei Yu asked. "Is this where you usually cultivate?" Yang Kai noticed that somewhere in the stone room, there was an obvious mark left behind by someone who had been meditating here for many years. "If I were here, what would you do?" "I don't need it for the time being." Fei Yu smiled when she heard this. "When I comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm, I'm afraid I'll need this place." Fei Yu and the other three protectors had already reached the peak of the Third Order Transcendent Realm, but because they were unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm, they were unable to break through the shackles of their state of mind. So they were unable to break through to the Saint Realm. If the four protectors could break through to the Saint Realm, soaring heaven sect's strength would grow significantly. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. This stone room is just sitting there, Fei Yu said with a smile. Yang Kai nodded. "Then I won't be polite. Here, you don't need to worry about anything, just focus on cultivating. If you're bored, you can come out and find me. I'm usually on Serene Resplendent Peak. If you can't find me, you can find Songyin and the others, they should have a lot to teach you," Fei Yu said before quickly disappearing. Chapter 695. A day later, the Songyin sect sent a large number of herbs, and Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in his alchemy. When he was tired from performing alchemy, he would sit in meditation and rest for a while before resuming. Serene Resplendent Peak was indeed very quiet, with only Yang Kai on this mountain peak. When Yang Kai was performing alchemy or cultivating, Fei Yu would never disturb him. Every time she entered or exited, she would hold her breath and keep her hands and feet light. Every day, Yang Kai would have 3 meals of rare monster beast meat, bone soup, and other nutritious delicacies. Although with Yang Kai's current cultivation, he could go months or even a year without eating, Fei Yu still insisted on sending him these things every day. When Yang Kai needed them, he would take them and consume the demon god revelation from the game. Occasionally, when he left the stone room, the four protectors would gather together and explain to Yang Kai their experiences in cultivation and their insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao. Here, Yang Kai felt a sense of meticulous care and concern. Soaring Heaven Sect had provided him with the best cultivation and alchemy environment. Yang Kai felt grateful. Although he knew that this may have had a lot to do with his aptitude and identity as an alchemist, these four martial uncles were really good to him. After a few months, Yang Kai's alchemy level improved again, successfully refining a saint-grade low-rank pill without the help of a spirit array. This brought him much closer to his goal. Over the past few months, Yang Kai spared no effort to refine a large number of pills for Soaring Heaven Sect. The sheer number and quality of the pills he refined left the four martial uncles speechless. They only knew that Yang Kai was certified as a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist by the Alchemist Guild, but they never thought that he could produce a steady stream of spirit-grade mid-rank and spirit-grade high-rank pills. Many of these pills even formed pill veins. The four martial uncles also realized the seriousness of the problem. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai's existence and abilities were quickly listed as Soaring Heaven Sect's biggest secret. Fei Yu also became Yang Kai's bodyguard, never leaving Serene Resplendent Peak. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had only seen Fei Yu a few times, but every time he saw her, this beautiful woman would appear drunk. It seemed that she really liked to drink, and whenever she got drunk, she would immediately become intoxicated. When she became drunk, she didn't have the demeanor of a martial ant, often entangling Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, every time she sobered up, she would not remember anything, making Yang Kai extremely helpless. Occasionally, he had some free time. Yang Kai, and listened, of course. Ever since he started cultivating, it could be said that Kai Yang had been fumbling around on his own. No one had ever given him any pointers. On the path of the martial Tao, It was better to have someone to guide you than not. The difference was very big. Fortunately, Yang Kai now had the demon eye of annihilation, so by killing some masters, he could forcibly absorb their insights into the martial Tao and heavenly way, benefiting from this. But what made Yang Kai feel a little regretful was that although Chu Ling Xiao had also asked people to inquire about Su Yin and Xianing Chong, there had been no progress. Tongxian realm was vast. Trying to find two people in this vast sea of people was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. One day, a few months later, Yang Kai was in the middle of performing alchemy when he suddenly heard light footsteps outside the door. It was Fei Yu's footsteps. She had never disturbed him while he was performing alchemy, but now she had deliberately made some noise. Obviously, she had some business with him. Yang Kai stepped up his movements, and after a stick of incense, a spirit-grade top-rank pill came out of the furnace. Putting away the pill, Yang Kai stood up and opened the door to the stone room, looking at Fei Yu, who was waiting outside, and asking, "Martial uncle, is there something you need? Did I disturb you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "That's good." Fei Yu sighed softly. "Songyin is looking for you. He's right outside." "I'll go take a look," Yang Kai said and quickly walked out. Not long after, Yang Kai sought Songyin. This time, not only did he come, but Rimaru and Fei Jian were also present. The three of them seemed to have a dignified expression. Yang Kai's expression turned cold, not knowing what had happened that made them treat a loose immortal so seriously. Martial nephew. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Songyin quickly greeted him. "I heard that several martial uncles are looking for me. Take a seat first." Songyin waved his hand. Several people sat down in order, and Yang Kai waited quietly. After a while, Songyin said in a deep voice, "Martial nephew, it's not that these martial uncles are suspicious of you, but tell me honestly, what level of alchemist are you now?" From old Do, Songyin knew that Yang Kai was a spiritual level low-grade alchemist. But during this time, his performance was not something a spiritual level low-grade alchemist could do at all. Spiritual level mid-grade and high-grade pills were constantly coming out of the furnace. Yang Kai was obviously not just a spiritual level low-grade alchemist. Old Du would not lie to Songyin, so the only possibility was that Yang Kai had hidden his true ability in the Alchemist Guild. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes also lit up as she stared at Yang Kai and said, "A few days ago, I remember that you refined a Saint-grade pill." Hearing this, Songyin's expression changed. "Really?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, took out the Saint-grade pill, and said, "I was lucky enough to refine a pill." Songyin quickly took it and carefully examined it, his expression becoming a little excited. "Then can you refine a Saint-grade pill?" "I should be able to." Yang Kai nodded. He had never used a spirit array or even the myriad drug milk to refine alchemy pills. Spirit arrays could increase the success rate of alchemy, and the myriad drug milk could improve the quality of pills. If these two factors were considered, Yang Kai could now easily refine a Saint-grade low-rank pill. "Doesn't that mean you're a Saint-grade alchemist?" Rimaru exclaimed. Everyone else also wore an incredulous expression. "Almost," Yang Kai said modestly. All of them took a deep breath at the same time and glanced at each other, Fei Jian baring his teeth and saying, "Then it's done?" "Indeed." Songyin also nodded firmly. "Martial uncles and sisters, do you want me to help you refine pills?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Barely," Songyin nodded. "But not entirely, martial nephew. Have you ever heard of the 1,000-year demon flower?" Yang Kai shook his head. Songyin smiled bitterly. "Right, I forgot you came from another world. You probably haven't heard of it, but in Tongxian realm, the three great clans of the human, demon, and monster race you should know, right?" "I know that," Yang Kai nodded lightly. "The human territory, demon land, and monster race territory are the general names of the three great clans' areas of activity. Among them, the human territory covers the largest area, followed by the demon land and monster race territory. There is also a neutral zone in between." Yang Kai also knew this because Xue Ling had explained it to him when he first arrived in Tongxian realm. In this neutral zone, there is a place called Ascending Heaven Cliff. It's on a mountain peak that's as high as 10,000 feet. On the Ascending Sky Cliff, there's a single 1,000-year demon flower. It blooms once every 1,000 years, and every time it blooms, It withers in less than 2 hours. What use does this 1,000-year demon flower have? Yang Kai keenly grasped the crux of the problem and asked in a deep voice. It has no use for you and most people in this world, but for the four of us, it is very useful. It can help us comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. With the help of the 1,000-year demon flower's energy, we may be able to break through our current bottlenecks in one fell swoop. Fei Yu also said with some excitement. Yang Kai's expression shook. But because of the special nature of the 1,000-year demon flower, it requires a highly skilled alchemist to condense the medicinal liquid when the flower blooms. And this alchemist has to be at least a high-rank spirit-grade alchemist in order to accomplish this. So you need me to do it? Yes. There should be alchemists in the sect who are more skilled than me, right? Yang Kai was stunned. Soaring Heaven sect was such a big sect, so it was likely that there were saint-grade alchemists. Even if there weren't any saint-grade alchemists, there would still be several spirit-grade top-rank alchemists. These alchemists were all far more experienced than Yang Kai. Those people are the sect's honored guests, so this trip is very dangerous. They may not be willing to go. Moreover, even if their alchemy skills are better than yours, their combat strength is not as good as yours. I understand. Yang Kai nodded heavily. In other words, there are many people staring at the 1,000-year demon flower, right? You can't even imagine. Song Yin's expression became solemn as he gave a slight sigh. It blooms once every 1,000 years, so naturally people will pay attention to the movements of the 1,000-year demon flower. If we can obtain news that it is about to bloom, others will naturally be able to as well. As long as there is a master who wants to break through to the Saint Realm, they will definitely try to obtain it. Martial nephew, this trip is really dangerous. If you don't want to go, we won't force you. Fei Yu looked at Yang Kai and said softly, I'll go. Yang Kai smiled lightly. If I can help my four martial uncles break through to the Saint Realm, even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I'll try my best. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes flashed as a look of gratitude appeared on her face. Song Yin and the others were also moved. Good boy, martial uncle didn't dote on you in vain, Ramaru laughed. Then prepare yourself. We'll set off in 5 days. There's still time, Song Yin said. Yang Kai nodded. The three men quickly left. In order to cope with the upcoming trip, they had to make some preparations as well. Whether or not we succeed this time, I must thank you, Fei Yu said softly. My martial uncles have taken good care of me. This is what I should do. Yang Kai shook his head. Fei Yu looked at him quietly, as if she wanted to see through his heart. After a while, she suddenly laughed. I'm going to take a bath. Do you want to join me? Yang Kai's face darkened. Did you drink again? Boring. Fei Yu spat disdainfully before her tender body flickered and disappeared. Yang Kai shook his head. This open and forthright martial uncle master was really difficult to deal with. She would often say some shocking things that people couldn't respond to. During the 5 days, Yang Kai didn't make any special preparations and just refined pills as usual. 5 days later, everything was ready. Yang Kai walked out of the stone room. Fei Yu was already waiting outside. Seeing him appear, she smiled and gently waved her hand. Where are the Tsangyin martial uncles and the others? Yang Kai asked. They're waiting outside. Flying out of the cave, Tsangyin and the others were indeed standing below the waterfall, looking up and waiting. Chapter 696. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Tsangyin and the others didn't speak any nonsense, nodding slightly to him before immediately setting off. The four protectors used their own methods to fly forward with Yang Kai following behind them at a leisurely pace. Sensing the current condition of his body, Soaring Heaven sect's four protectors couldn't help frowning slightly, because they discovered that since Fei Yu gave the primordial shackles to Yang Kai a few months ago, he had never taken them off, and even now, he was still bearing a burden of several thousand kilograms. Yang Kai himself seemed to have become accustomed to such a burden, so there wasn't the slightest unnatural expression on his face, remaining as calm as ever. This little brat's physique is a bit too abnormal. It's not even inferior to the demon races. Such a thought involuntarily emerged in the minds of the four protectors. Not long after they set off, Song Yin suddenly let out a light sigh and looked down. At the same time, Yang Kai also heard a voice calling out to him from below. The source of this voice was a white-haired old man who was stroking his beard and looking towards them. Beside the old man, a young woman was jumping up and down, constantly gesturing towards him. "It's old Mandu." Songyin looked surprised and waved his hand. "Let's go down and have a look." As he landed on the ground, Yang Kai really saw old Mandu and Mina from the Alchemist Guild. After seeing Yang Kai, Mina immediately rushed up and angrily shouted, "You bastard! Didn't you say you would come to Grand Boulder City to see me when you had time? Why haven't I seen you come over these past few months?" I was a bit busy, so I forgot," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "Do you think my alchemy skills are inferior to yours, so you look down on me?" Mina put her hands on her hips and asked. No, Yang Kai quickly waved his hand. "I was really a bit busy. You better tell me the truth, otherwise I'll bite you to death." Mina's anger was greatly relieved. "I'm also a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist now, just like you, so don't be so complacent. Maybe I'll surpass you soon." Old Mandu observed the situation with a smile, his eyes flashing as he said, "Mina, little friend Yang seems to be different from you." "What? How is it different?" Mina was puzzled. "Little friend Yang should be at least a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist now, right?" Old Mandu stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Yang Kai scratched his head awkwardly, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he cupped his fists. "Sorry, old Mandu. I didn't tell you the truth back at the Alchemist Guild. In fact, I have been a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist since a few months ago." Old Mandu's expression changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock and astonishment. Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as a look of shock appeared on her face. "I see." Old Mandu suddenly laughed again. "It seems that this old master has underestimated you. Little friend Yang doesn't need to worry about it. For you to be honest with this old master now, this old master is very pleased." "How does old Mandu know that I am now a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Didn't Songyin want to take you to Floating Cloud City? Alchemists who can go there are at least spirit-grade top-rank alchemists." Old Mandu smiled lightly. Songyin's expression changed. "Old Mandu is also going there?" This old master has been waiting for you here. The journey is long, so this old master wanted to find a few bodyguards to accompany him." Old Mandu said half-jokingly, "But you can rest assured, this old master isn't going there for the 1,000-year demon flower. I just want to take Mina out to gain experience and broaden her horizons. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, thinking that she is the only alchemist with outstanding aptitude in this world. I believe this trip will allow her to gain a lot." "Old Mandu, I don't think so anymore." Mina felt extremely wronged. Before meeting Yang Kai, Mina's eyes were really high. She was still young, but a few months ago, she had already obtained the qualifications to become a mysterious grade top-rank alchemist. Old Mandu and her master Yixiong also had great expectations for her and were training her as the successor of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. But since meeting Yang Kai, Mina had suffered a series of blows, and this time it was even more serious. Yang Kai had already become a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist, yet she was still proud of her small breakthrough. Thinking so, Mina's pretty face flushed red and she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Old Mandu chuckled. "The 1,000-year demon flower is about to bloom, so I believe there will be many powerful alchemists heading to Floating Cloud City. This is a once-in-a-1,000-year event. This old master doesn't want to miss it. If you don't mind, why don't you take us along?" Old Mandu is too polite. Songyin shook his head. "Since you are also going to Floating Cloud City, we can go together and take care of each other." Old Mandu smiled and nodded. After reaching an agreement, the 4 soaring heaven sect disciples began circulating their yuan qi, wrapping Old Mandu and Mina in it before flying off together. Seeing Mina's sullen look, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little apologetic, so he leaned over and asked, "What's wrong?" "You're going too far." Mina pouted and glared at him. "I'm going too far?" Yang Kai was stunned. Mina nodded repeatedly before suddenly saying in a serious tone, "But don't be so complacent." Old Mandu said that as long as I continue to work hard, one day I will be able to catch up to you. "I'm not complacent, am I?" Yang Kai said helplessly. "Although you don't show it on your face, in fact, you're feeling proud in your heart." Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. Your world is really dark. Seeing these two juniors quarreling, the group of several people couldn't help smiling, seemingly feeling that this trip was no longer so boring. Soaring Heaven Sect was very far from their destination, Floating Cloud City. Even with the strength of Songyin's group, it would still take them at least a month to reach their destination. And this was even if they were flying at full speed. Fortunately, there was still a lot of time before the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed, so Songyin and the others were relatively calm. Flying and stopping at intervals, Yang Kai also witnessed the vast riches of Tongxian realm. On this continent, there were countless large and small forces. Every day, many of these forces were destroyed, but these large and small forces were like bamboo shoots after the rain. After one was cut down, another would emerge. Moreover, along the way, they encountered several groups of Transcendent Realm Masters rushing towards Floating Cloud City. These Transcendent Realm Masters, without exception, were all accompanied by an alchemist. When they encountered one another, all of them were quite vigilant. But as time passed, the closer they got to Floating Cloud City, the stronger the smell of gunpowder in the air became. Songyin and the others were constantly vigilant, paying attention to the safety of Yang Kai, Old Man Du, and the others. 20 days later, Yang Kai and the others witnessed a great battle between two Transcendent Realm Masters. The number of people on both sides was about the same, and the strength of each side was about the same. Both sides used their respective martial skills and artifacts, creating an astonishing atmosphere. No one saw the result of the battle, but Songyin and the others did not casually intervene in other people's disputes, so they simply led Yang Kai and the others through the battlefield. After witnessing the first battle, the great battles between Transcendent Realm Masters seemed to have become more frequent. Almost every day, they would see traces of ongoing battles or those that had already ended. According to Songyin, these were all masters who were rushing to Floating Cloud City and had begun competing with each other midway to eliminate potential rivals. Yang Kai's heart clenched as he became more and more aware of the allure of the 1,000-year demon flower to these second or third-order transcendent masters. However, what puzzled Yang Kai was that in this grand event that involved all three clans, the human, monster, and demon clans, there were no Saint Realm Masters. After asking this question, Songyin smiled and said, "Saints don't intervene. This is an unwritten rule. The 1,000-year demon flower is only needed when a transcendent breaks through to the Saint Realm, whether it is a human, monster, or demon clan. If they want the 1,000-year demon flower, they can only fight for it with their own strength. That's one of the reasons Old Man Du took over. There's another reason." "Oh? I'd like to hear the details." Songyin seemed a little surprised, obviously not knowing the deeper reason. Yang Kai and Mina were also eagerly waiting and listening attentively. This kind of secret was very attractive to young people like them. "The 1,000-year demon flower doesn't seem to be a product of Tongxian realm," Old Man Du quickly said. Fei Yu's pretty face changed as she asked in amazement, "Could it be from Starfield?" "It is said to be so." Duwan nodded slightly. Duwan nodded lightly. "I don't know how many years ago, but a seed fell from the starry sky to ascending heaven cliff. Then, a plant that no one had ever seen before grew there. 1,000 years later, it bloomed and was accidentally obtained by someone. Only then did the world learn of its magical effects. When this news spread, the human, monster, and demon clans boiled with excitement. Saint Realm Masters were rare, and the 1,000-year demon flower could help a third-order transcendent break through to the Saint Realm. In the second millennium, a Saint Realm Master intervened and a great battle ensued. In the end, a master from the human race ascending heaven cliff. But what was surprising was that the 1,000-year demon flower that should have bloomed withered in an instant. Why is that? Everyone couldn't help showing strange looks. No one knows why, but from then on, no Saint Realm Master intervened in the dispute over the 1,000-year demon flower. Once the aura of a Saint Realm Master leaked out, the 1,000-year demon flower would no longer bloom. So those who go to ascending heaven cliff now are basically all transcendents. So strange? Rimaru exclaimed. A product of the star field cannot be explained with common sense. Old Man Du slowly shook his head. Old Man Du, is there really someone who has entered the star field? Songyin frowned and asked, although I have heard a lot about the starfield, it seems that no one has been able to confirm what kind of world the starfield is. This old master doesn't know. Old Man Du smiled faintly. According to the demon race, the great demon god, who once reigned supreme, successfully escaped into the starfield. The human race and monster race also have such rumors, but no one knows what the truth is. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he didn't interrupt. Although he knew that the great demon god had not escaped into the starfield and had instead died, it was better not to speak of such matters. There seemed to be an irreconcilable hatred between the human, monster, and demon clans. No one wanted to involve the other two races and would rather destroy them. Chapter 697. Soaring Heaven Sect and Old Man Du were very good to Yang Kai, but if they learned that he had a relationship with the ancient demon clan, they would likely try to persuade him to exterminate the ancient demon clan. Yang Kai didn't want to see such a scene. During his time in Demon God Citadel, he had been taken care of by Li Rong and Han Fei, so he felt that the ancient demon clan was quite good. After chatting for a while, everyone went to rest. In the middle of the night, only a weak bonfire could be seen flickering in the wilderness. Mina quietly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes, causing Yang Kai to open his eyes and stare at her suspiciously. "Come with me," Mina said softly as she crept into the darkness. Yang Kai got up and followed. After walking a few thousand meters, they came to a large tree, and Mina sat down, leaning her back against the trunk of the tree before patting the spot next to her, motioning Yang Kai to sit down as well. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "Nothing. I just wanted to chat with you. If we talk over there, we'll disturb them." Mina smiled. "What do you want to talk about?" Yang Kai plucked a small blade of grass and twirled it around his fingertips. "Just a little chat." Mina straightened her legs and stretched lazily, gradually relaxing a lot before turning her head and asking, "Where did you learn your alchemy skills from? Why are you even younger than me, already a spirit-grade top-rank alchemist?" "If I said I taught myself, would you believe me?" Yang Kai smiled. Mina curled her lips, apparently not believing what he said. "Then there's nothing I can do." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "Old Man Du said that there must be a top alchemist behind you teaching you. That is an alchemist who is many times more powerful than him." "That's right." Yang Kai nodded lightly. His true alchemic way could be considered to be something left behind by great demon god. His alchemy skills could be said to be self-taught, but they could also be said to have come from great demon god's inheritance. There really is such a person. Old Du really wants to meet him. Mina's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but Old Man Du also knows that such a person will not show himself easily, let alone meet with outsiders. "Haha." Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh. Old Man Du wanted to meet this mysterious master, and Yang Kai could understand that. Old Man Du had probably reached a bottleneck in his alchemy level, so he wanted to learn from others and see if he could break through to the next level in his lifetime. This time, he was going to Floating Cloud City. He probably had such a purpose. After all, there would be many powerful alchemists gathered there. "If there is a chance, can you recommend Old Man Du?" Mina looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai was silent for a long time. He couldn't agree to this request. "Why aren't you talking?" Mina saw that he was silent. Thinking that his request was a little too much, he didn't know what to do. "Yes, the person who taught me alchemy is already dead." "Ah." Mina couldn't help covering her mouth as she hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "It doesn't matter." Yang Kai shook his head. At that moment, the expressions of the two suddenly changed. Gazing ahead, a fierce soul consciousness energy was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, the soul consciousness energy was rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, this spiritual energy arrived above Yang Kai and Mina. Mina was facing a great enemy and hurriedly summoned all kinds of artifacts to protect herself. Her combat experience was very thin, but her reaction was quite fast. In his fluster, he managed to protect himself completely. Yang Kai glanced at her strangely, his expression indifferent. His eyes gradually became cold as he stared into the void. He felt that this spiritual energy was a little strange, as if it was different from the usual divine sense attacks. Just as he was thinking this, The spiritual energy actually circled around Yang Kai and Mina a few times before rushing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea and disappearing. Yang Kai. Mina's beautiful face paled as she hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai's eyes were blank as he sat in place. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the movement here attracted the attention of everyone a few thousand meters away. Songyan rushed over and asked, "What happened?" Just now, he had also felt a burst of spiritual energy, so when he heard Mina shout, he immediately rushed over, but he didn't find anything. Mina panicked and hurriedly explained what had just happened. Possession? Ramara's complexion changed as he keenly perceived the truth of the matter. A master must have died nearby, and his soul escaped from his body, coincidentally bumped into Yang Kai, and tried to seize Yang Kai's body for his own use. Possession? Feiyu pursed her lips and smiled. Then there's no need to worry. Songyan also couldn't help relaxing a lot and nodded lightly. Ramar and Fei Jian both grinned. Why aren't you worried at all? Mina was so anxious that she almost cried. She also knew what possession was like and what the consequences would be. If things went wrong, Yang Kai's soul could be destroyed. Not only were these four masters from Soaring Heaven sect not worried, they even showed a gloating smile on their faces, something Mina couldn't understand. Old Mandu smiled lightly and said, Mina, don't worry. Old Mandu, they? Mina stamped her foot. Little friend Yang won't be possessed. Have you forgotten what he possesses? Old Mandu looked at Mina meaningfully. Mina thought about it for a moment before her eyes suddenly lit up. Right? This bastard has a divine sense. Old Mandu nodded lightly. As long as it isn't the soul of a Saint Realm Master trying to seize his body, little friend Yang should be able to handle it. All we need to do is wait. This guy is really unlucky. Of all the people he could have chosen, he actually chose little Marshal Niece. If it were me, I would have chosen such a delicate little girl like you. Ramaru smiled wretchedly. Mina glared at him fiercely, so disrespectful. Hey, I'm still very young. Ramaru suddenly became unhappy. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, Yang Kai's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile as he stared at the strand of spiritual energy that had become flustered after breaking in. This strand of spiritual energy wanted to swallow Yang Kai's soul and seize Yang Kai's body, but as soon as it entered this burning knowledge sea, this strand of spiritual energy found that something was wrong. It was as if it had stepped into the gates of hell. Surrounded by a sea of flames, the scorching aura caused this strand of spiritual energy to scream in agony, his soul unable to bear such a burning sensation. The pain in his soul was tormenting him greatly. If you don't want to die, show me your soul avatar, Yang Kai said indifferently. The strand of spiritual energy flickered slightly, and soon a clear figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. Its expression twisted in pain as it grit its teeth and stared towards Yang Kai with a look of dread and horror. This person looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but had a second-order transcendent soul strength. It could be said that this strand of spiritual energy was a powerful master when he was alive. You're really unlucky. Yang Kai shook his head, a look of sarcasm filling his face. Perceiving his hostility, the strand of spiritual energy endured the pain and forced a smile. Little brother, this is a misunderstanding. Things are not what you think. Oh, is that so? Yang Kai grinned. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the flames began to surge, becoming hotter and hotter. Please allow me to explain. The strand of spiritual energy screamed. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. Since this person wanted to seize his body, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Yang Kai's knowledge sea became turbulent as his conflagrated knowledge sea began to burn towards his opponent's soul. It seemed he wanted to burn this strand of spiritual energy in one fell swoop. Wait, if you let me live, I can tell you a secret. I'm not interested. Yang Kai shook his head, his expression cold and ruthless. It's about your life. The strand of spiritual energy shouted. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Gradually calming his turbulent knowledge sea, Yang Kai stared deeply at this strand of spiritual energy for a moment before saying, If you're just stalling for time or trying to deceive me, I won't kill you. I'll only make you suffer a fate worse than death. No. Seeing Yang Kai not continue to kill him, the strand of spiritual energy finally relaxed. The man couldn't help feeling relieved and quickly asked, "Are you also going to Floating Cloud City?" "So what if we are?" "If you are, you'd best turn around and go back. There is a group of masters in front of us who specialize in hunting people heading to Floating Cloud City. Several groups of people have already been killed. My group was also heading to Floating Cloud City, but now all of them are dead. Only my soul managed to escape." "How many of them are there?" "A dozen or so, many of them third-order transcendent masters, all of them extremely vicious." "That's a lot of people," Yongkai muttered. "That's right, little brother. You see, I've already told you the truth. Do you want to?" The man asked submissively, a look of extreme vigilance flashing across the depths of his eyes, as if as soon as Yongkai made a move, he would do whatever it took to drag Yongkai down with him. This kind of warning and threat was enough to scare off many people, so he believed that Yongkai, whose cultivation was lower than his, would not force him to do anything. Yongkai just smiled lightly and stared back at this strand of spiritual energy. The man's heart clenched as he glared at Yongkai, but just as he was about to attack, a golden light suddenly burst from the void. Silently, this strand of spiritual energy was purified. After absorbing this purified energy, Yongkai slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw pairs of eyes staring at him curiously. "It's that little brat." Ramarth clapped his hands and laughed. "That person really had bad luck." "Are you all right?" Feiyu asked with concern. "I'm fine, but we seem to have a bit of trouble." Yongkai shook his head and explained the information he had just inquired about. "A dozen or so?" Songyin raised his brow. "That's quite a lot. If we didn't have this information and rushed in recklessly, we might have been caught off guard." Feiyu nodded lightly. "Then should we take a detour?" Mina asked softly. "Why should we?" Ramara grinned meaningfully. So we're just going to pass like this? After resting for a while, we'll continue on our way. If they don't come to provoke us, then we'll leave them be, but if they dare to attack us..." Song Yan's aura suddenly changed and his eyes became sharp, like a sharp sword, terrifying to the extreme. His body also became like a block of ice, exuding an extremely cold aura. He wasn't afraid. In fact, he was even looking forward to it. Li Wan and Fei Jian were the same, and even Feiyu, who was a woman, was no exception. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, secretly thinking that these four soaring heaven sect martial uncles were really a group of radical warmongers. Chapter 698. In the silent wilderness, a group of people walked forward at a leisurely pace. Songyin led the way in the front, Ramaru and Feiyu guarded the rear, while Yang Kai, Mina, and Old Man Du were sandwiched in the middle. Except for Mina, everyone else looked indifferent, seemingly unaware of the danger they were about to face. As they walked forward, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. Suddenly, Yang Kai discovered that Fei Jian had at some unknown time disappeared without a trace. This third-order transcendent master had silently disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Even Yang Kai hadn't been able to detect it. As the night wind blew, the surrounding towering trees swayed gently and the lush leaves rustled. In the darkness, there seemed to be a series of ghostly figures flickering about. Mina's pretty face went pale with fright as she involuntarily leaned towards Yang Kai, snuggling up to him as she searched for a sense of security, her pair of beautiful eyes glancing around in horror. Yang Kai gently squeezed her hand, allowing Mina to relax a lot, but she still didn't leave Yang Kai's side. Songyin's mouth curled into a subtle smile, seemingly enjoying this tense and exciting situation. Ramaru and Feiyu, who were following behind the group, sneered as they glanced around from time to time, their expressions eager to try. Even Old Man Du, who was an alchemist, had a calm and unruffled look on his face. He obviously believed in the strength of these four from Soaring Heaven sect. Suddenly, a burst of strange laughter rang out from all around them, like a ghost, gloomy and seductive. At this moment, the night wind suddenly became much colder. Soon, several people's laughter rang in everyone's ears in an attempt to disturb their concentration. Soaring Heaven sect's group remained calm and continued forward. After half an hour, the seductive laughter gradually subsided. The other party seemed to have realized that this kind of behavior couldn't cause Song-yin to panic and gradually put away this boring trick. Hiding the head but showing the tail, a bunch of cowardly rats. Song-yin muttered discontentedly. He had thought that there would be a great battle here, causing his blood to boil. But the other party didn't seem to have any intention of immediately taking action. Instead, they were playing tricks on him, constantly probing him. This made him very unhappy. "Rimaru, go take a look," Song-yin ordered. Rimara grinned fiercely, his small body suddenly disappearing into the darkness. A moment later, a mournful scream suddenly echoed through the jungle, causing everyone who heard it to feel their blood run cold. The blood-curdling screams were extremely short. It was obvious that he was killed without even having time to react. The next moment, a similar scream came from another direction. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He was certain that the distance between these two screams was at least a few thousand meters. In such a short time, Rimaro had accurately located these two people's hiding places and killed them in a single blow. A moment later, Rimarv calmly returned and shrugged his shoulders towards Song-yin. "Two first-order transcendent trash, not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Saying so, he licked his lips, a look of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Hearing this, Mina's eyes rolled back and she fainted. This little girl, her courage is a bit too small. Rimaro was speechless. Yang Kai shook his head and carried Mina on his shoulder. Feiyu suddenly giggled. "She must have thought you ate them." Rimara's face went black, only now realizing that what he had just said was ambiguous. He wanted to defend himself, but there was no one to defend himself against, causing him to feel quite annoyed. The group continued to move forward. Seemingly because Rimaro had just killed two people, the other party had become even more vigilant. After 2 hours passed, there was nothing unusual about their surroundings. However, Yang Kai was still keenly aware that there was a faint sense of hostility wandering around. Once everyone relaxed, the other party would not hesitate to kill them. Song-yin, on the other hand, was quite impatient and suddenly stopped, glancing around coldly and shouting, "Since you want to kill us and steal our treasures, why don't you come out and fight? If you keep hiding like this, we'll have to leave this place soon." All around them, there was silence and no one answered. Song-yin slowly shook his head, looking extremely disappointed, waving his hand and summoning a long sword several dozen meters away. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized this long sword. It was the artifact that Song-yin and Feiyu had obtained from the cave mansion of that man. "This is a Saint-grade artifact. To be honest, I haven't had time to refine it yet. Don't you want it? If you kill me, this artifact will be yours." "Saint-grade artifacts are rare," Song-yin said lightly. "I also have one," Feiyu, eager to see the world in chaos, also threw out her own Saint-grade artifact. The two unrefined Saint-grade artifacts were placed side by side, and in an instant, countless divine senses bit into them like locusts. Yang Kai seemed to hear heavy and greedy breaths coming from all around him. "Hey, you two, when did you get a Saint-grade artifact?" Rimara's eyes widened in envy. "How come I didn't know?" "A few months," Feiyu pursed her lips and smiled, looking at Yang Kai and saying, "I got it on the way back to pick up little Marshall nephew." "There's no justice in this. Why didn't I get a share?" Rimarv shouted. "There were only two, Feiyu and I shared one each, but speaking of which, there is still a spirit-grade top-rank artifact with Feiyu." "Give it to me, give it to me." Rimarv quickly stretched out his hand to Feiyu. "What about Feijian?" Feiyu frowned, looking a little embarrassed. "You don't need to worry about him, as long as he has a bow. How about this? Whoever kills the most will get this artifact." Feiyu smiled slightly. Rimaru rubbed his palms together and said, "Good idea. I've already killed two." At this moment, a number of figures suddenly rushed out from all around, all of them moving as fast as lightning towards the two Saint-grade artifacts. While these people were arguing here, the other side obviously couldn't hold back and felt this was a good opportunity to act. A light flashed across Song-yin's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Each of these figures exuded a tyrannical transcendent aura and moved extremely fast, arriving in front of the two Saint-grade artifacts in the blink of an eye. Countless big hands opened up and grabbed towards the artifacts. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk a series of whooshing sounds suddenly rang out, and from the corner of Yang Kai's eyes, he caught a glimpse of a golden light flashing through the night sky. Blood splattered as the cultivators who had rushed to the side of the Saint-grade artifact were sent flying backwards by the tremendous force. Each of them had a fist-sized hole in their bodies as they were directly pierced through, and these holes, without exception, were all in the position of their hearts. While in mid-air, these cultivators' vitality was completely drained. Killed in one blow. They hadn't even figured out where such a sharp and accurate attack had come from. Ramara's complexion changed as he rushed over while shouting, "Fei Jian, you insidious bastard. If you have the ability, then come out and fight. What's the point of stabbing people in the dark?" Fei Jian did not respond. A series of arrows filled with destructive energy shot out from the most impossible angles, taking the enemy's life before they could even react. Yang Kai released his divine sense and followed the direction of the source of these arrows, trying to find where Fei Jian was hiding, but to no avail. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai suddenly realized just how powerful this buck-toothed martial uncle was. From beginning to end, the battle lasted only 10 breaths of time. After Ramaru rushed up and killed one of the enemies, the surroundings suddenly became quiet again. Only the smell of blood lingered at the tip of everyone's nose. The sound of clothes fluttering rang out as the enemies hiding in the dark, with only 2 or 3 remaining, quickly retreated. They also knew that this group from Soaring Heaven sect was not something they could deal with. Only 2 people had been able to kill them all. If all 4 of them had attacked at once, the consequences would have been unimaginable. A huge amount of spiritual energy flowed into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai immersed himself in investigating and found that all of these dead enemies were basically a first or second order transcendent cultivator. Not a single one was a third order transcendent. Inevitably, Yang Kai felt some regret. A third order transcendent should have gained some insights into how to break through to the Saint Realm. Yang Kai needed this. With his current comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao, there would be no bottlenecks before he broke through to the Saint Realm. However, he had not yet grasped the key to breaking through to the Saint Realm. Although back in Demon God Citadel, he had killed Chu Jian, a second-order saint, and obtained some of his insights, Yang Kai's understanding of the Saint Realm was still very shallow. Yang Kai needed the souls of a large number of masters in order to figure out the path he wanted to take from their insights and experiences. Songyin and Feiyu took back their artifacts. Idiot! How could I not refine a saint-grade artifact? Songyin sneered as he took the artifact back into his body. Rimaru walked back dejectedly, his eyes red as he sighed heavily. Fei Jian also appeared like a ghost and stretched out his hand towards Feiyu, grinning as he said, "Give it to me." Feiyu smiled and placed the spirit-grade top-rank artifact she had obtained before into Fei Jian's hand. From beginning to end, Remark had only killed 3 people while Fei Jian had killed 5 or 6 at once. This battle was undoubtedly Fei Jian's victory. Yang Kai took a deep breath. This battle seemed very easy, but he also knew that only these masters from Soaring Heaven sect could accomplish such a feat. Perhaps if it had been any other third-order transcendent, they wouldn't have been able to deal with this so easily. Moreover, the gap in strength between each transcendent realm minor realm was quite obvious. Before the transcendent realm, a great realm was divided into 9 minor realms, and the gap between each minor realm and the next was quite small. But the transcendent realm was different. First order, second order, third order. Each time one broke through, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This group of hidden enemies had failed to recognize the gap in strength between themselves and Soaring Heaven sect and had instead been tempted by this artifact. After this battle, the road ahead seemed to have become much more peaceful. Along the way, the number of fights they encountered gradually decreased. Everyone who had come this far had their eyes on the 1,000-year demon flower, as no one was willing to start a conflict before the 1,000-year demon flower bloomed. When the sandpiper and clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. Chapter 699. An entire month after leaving Soaring Heaven sect, the group finally set foot on the territory of Tongxian Realm. The so-called neutral territory was a territory where the human, monster, and demon races coexisted. a scene that was impossible to see anywhere else. As soon as he set foot in this place, Yang Kai noticed that there was an unusual energy flowing through the air. There were traces of the devil chi that he was more familiar with. There was also another kind of obscure devil chi that he couldn't identify. It should be demon chi. These demonic chi and demonic chi could not be absorbed by the human race, but they were nutrients that the demon race and monster race needed to strengthen themselves. After entering this place, the Tsangyin and the others became even more vigilant. The neutral territory was more chaotic than anywhere else. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. After walking for a few more days, they finally saw a towering mountain peak that towered into the clouds. A few dozen kilometers below this mountain peak was a city, the destination of this group's trip, Floating Cloud City. The Tsangyin led the way at a much faster pace, and after half a day, the group arrived at Floating Cloud City. After paying enough crystal stones, the group of people entered the city. Yang Kai obviously felt that the Tsangyin and the others had relaxed their vigilance. Duan smiled and said, "Once we enter the city, there won't be much danger." Floating Cloud City is jointly governed by the human, monster, and demon races. The city lord is a Saint Realm Master, so no one dares to act too presumptuously here. Then which race does the city lord belong to? Yang Kai asked in amazement. This old master isn't too sure. Floating Cloud City changes its city lord every 3 years. The masters of the human, monster, and demon races compete in an arena. They decide who the city lord belongs to. It is precisely because of this method that the peace of this city can be guaranteed. If one clan is allowed to continue to grow, then there will definitely be no place for the other 2 clans. Song Yin smiled lightly and continued. As far as I know, the current city lord is held by a demon race master. Rest assured, this matter concerns the stability of the 3 clans, so he won't act recklessly. If the neutral territory falls into chaos, he won't be able to control it. If that happens, the entire continent will fall into chaos. This old man and me are going to the Alchemist Guild here. What about you? Songyin? Duan asked, do you want to come with us? Let's skip it. Songyin shook his head. Alchemists were a group of arrogant people. They didn't care whether they were from Soaring Heaven sect or not. Once they entered the Alchemist Guild, they would likely be treated with disdain. With the Tsongyin's hot temper, it was likely they would have a falling out with the Alchemist Guild. At that time, it would be difficult for Elder Du to do anything. Looking at Yang Kai, Tsongyin said, "Little martial nephew, if you want to go, you can go with me. You can go with Elder Du when the time comes. I will come and find you." Mina also nodded. Yes, you're an alchemist, it has nothing to do with us. She obviously wanted to stay with Yang Kai and continue to learn alchemy from him. Little girl being so direct, could it be you've taken a liking to my little martial nephew? Feiyu giggled and teased. Mina blushed. Don't talk nonsense, I don't like that bastard. Yang Kai laughed in surprise. Shaking his head, Yang Kai said, "No, I'll go with my martial uncles." Duan gently nodded. Then this old man won't force you. Little friend Yang, come here. Saying so, he gently beckoned. Yang Kai was puzzled but quickly walked over. What instructions does old man Do have for me? Duan smiled lightly and reached out to hand him a mirror box. This is something I obtained a long time ago. You should be able to use it this time. It's best to use it as soon as possible. What is this? Yang Kai looked at the mirror box in his hand suspiciously. You'll know when the time comes. Old man Du smiled mysteriously and led me in the direction of the Alchemist Guild. After old man Du left, the Tsangyin said, "Let's go. Let's find an inn to stay in first." Feiyu quietly approached Yang Kai and asked softly, "What did old man Du give you?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Inside an inn, the Tsangyin found 2 rooms. Floating Cloud City's inns were full of guests because of the 1,000-year demon flower that was about to bloom. These 2 rooms had been provided by the innkeeper with great difficulty. After some discussion, it was decided that Feiyu and Yang Kai would stay in one room while the remaining 3 would stay in the other. Yang Kai had no objections. In any case, he was used to living with Feiyu. Although Feiyu was a woman, there was a difference in seniority between them, so Yang Kai naturally didn't think too much about it. After bustling around for a while, everyone finally settled down. Yang Kai held the mirror box in his hand and sat cross-legged on the ground with a strange expression on his face. He didn't expect that Old Man Du would give him such a thing as soon as he entered Floating Cloud City. Open it and take a look. I'm also very curious about what kind of treasure Old Man Du gave you, Fei Yu said with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and was about to open the box when he suddenly smiled helplessly and whispered, "Everyone, come here." In the next room, Rimaru and Fei Jian, who were eavesdropping, both wore awkward expressions. Rimaru sniffed and said righteously, "This little martial nephew doesn't give martial uncle any face. I'll go teach him a lesson." Fei Jian also followed. Song Yin shook his head, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face, but he could only follow. Inside the room, everyone was looking at the mirror box in Yang Kai's hand. Obviously, they all wanted to know what was inside. Under their watchful eyes, Yang Kai opened the mirror box and took out something as thin as a cicada's wing. He didn't know what material this thing was made of. It was cold to the touch, and there were several holes on some parts of this thing. At first glance, this thing looked like a face that had been peeled off from a person's face. It was eerie and terrifying. So that's how it is. Song Yin's expression changed. Old Man Du is quite meticulous. Is this used to change one's appearance? Yang Kai also saw the function of this thing. Put it on and let's see, Fei Yu urged. Yang Kai nodded and covered his face with the gauze. The next moment, he felt as if something was squirming on his face and penetrating his skin, giving him a very comfortable feeling. He didn't know what his current appearance was, but from the changes in the expressions of the four martial uncles in front of him, he could infer that there was definitely a big difference between his appearance before and after. This? Rimaru's jaw dropped. A look of disbelief could be seen on his face. Fei Jian's eyes also widened. Is the change really that big? Yang Kai sneered. See for yourself. Fei Yu waved her hand and condensed a mirror of water in front of Yang Kai. Looking through the mirror, Yang Kai was instantly stunned. The appearance that appeared in the mirror was that of a complete stranger, and it was completely different from his own style. It was quite handsome, and his skin was as white as a woman's. Why is it a gigolo? Yang Kai's face was full of black lines. He reached out and pinched his own face, and the image in the mirror perfectly reflected this scene. Amazing! Song Yin couldn't help but praise. This artifact is really amazing. Not only did it change your appearance, it even changed your life aura. With this, we don't have to worry about exposing you. Fei Yu smiled sweetly. I really have to thank Old Man Du. I've been having a headache over this problem all this time. Since Yang Kai wanted to go to Ascending Heaven Cliff to condense the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower, he would definitely be noticed. If his performance was too outstanding, it would not be good for him to be targeted. The artifact that Old Man Du gave him perfectly solved this problem. It was a simple appearance-changing technique. Song Yin and the others also knew how to change Yang Kai's appearance, but this kind of appearance-changing technique was still easily seen through by masters, so it couldn't change Yang Kai's life aura. But now, they didn't have to worry about this. Even if Yang Kai's performance this time was outstanding, it didn't matter if he was targeted because what the world saw was not Yang Kai himself. Old Man Du really has a lot of good things, Song Yin sighed. The last time he took out the blue refining stone that could only be found in Starfield. This time, it was such a useful appearance-changing artifact. Alchemists really were a group of rich people, especially high-level alchemists. If they wanted something, they didn't need to do it themselves. They only needed to release a message and the cultivator in charge of their alchemy would immediately do it for them. Whether it was the blue refining stone or this artifact, it should be the reward Old Man Du received for his many years of alchemy. Little martial nephew's current appearance is much more pleasing to the eye. Fei Yu smiled flirtatiously. Martial Ant likes this kind of gigolo. Although Yang Kai wasn't ugly before, he wasn't flawlessly handsome either. Years of hard work had given him a fierce temperament that made him more attractive the more one looked at him. The more one looked at him, the more handsome he became. But now, he was truly handsome to the point of shocking the world, handsome to the point of being somewhat devilish. Such an appearance was enough to win the favor of any woman in the world. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. After thinking for a while, he suddenly activated his Yuan Qi and condensed it on his face. In the next moment, his face wriggled, and soon, his appearance changed slightly. Now this is perfect. Yang Kai looked at the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. What's the point of changing? The previous appearance was so good. Although this one isn't bad, it's still not as good as the previous one, Feiyu pouted. Being flawless is the biggest flaw. Yang Kai shook his head. This looks more natural. Hearing him say this, Feiyu also pondered, then nodded after a while, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view. Good. I really need to thank Old Man Do some other time. With the help of this thing, we can really go all out. Songyan took a deep breath. Tomorrow, I will go to Ascending Heaven Cliff with Rimaru and Feijian to investigate the situation. There isn't much time left. I think many people will make the same choice. It's better to investigate the situation in advance and prepare. Feiyu, you and Marshal Nephew will wait in the city and pay attention to his safety. Although Floating Cloud City is relatively safe, that doesn't mean there won't be any fights. I know, Feiyu nodded seriously. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Yang Kai didn't take off the appearance-changing artifact on his face and instead kept it there to familiarize himself with its functions. As night fell, in the sky above Floating Cloud City, an old man and a young man suddenly appeared. The old man had a head of white hair and a doddering look on his face. Beside him was a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s, but his eyes were extremely bright as he curiously observed the bustling Floating Cloud City. The old man was also observing, and after a long time, his pair of turbid eyes flashed with a trace of light, as if he was immersed in his memories, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 700. Master, is this Floating Cloud City? The young man asked as he looked at the crowd below with great interest. The name of the city hasn't changed, but the people have changed. Too much has changed in 1,000 years, the old man sighed. Is that mountain peak over there where Ascending Heaven Cliff is located? The young man turned his gaze to the mountain peak a few dozen kilometers away. The 1,000-year demon flower blooms on that peak. The old man nodded lightly. This time I brought you here mainly for the blooming of the 1,000-year demon flower. Since you were born, you've been following me in cultivation in the mountains, so you know nothing about the ways of the world. Now that you're here, don't stir up trouble and be careful of the sinister hearts of the people. Disciple understands. The young man nodded respectfully, but Master, you also went to refine the medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower. Can you tell me more about it? I'm very curious about that thing. The old man smiled faintly and said, It's hard to explain. When that day comes, you'll naturally understand. All right, let's first pay a visit to the city lord. I remember that the city lord should be a descendant of an old friend of mine. Master, please slow down. The young man called politely supported the old man as they slowly descended from the sky. Many people in the city were looking at this old man and young man in amazement, but none of them paid too much attention to them. After all, there were too many cultivators coming in and out of Floating Cloud City right now. This old man looked old and decrepit, as if he was on the verge of death, but he was slowly exuding the aura of a master. Inside the city lord's mansion, masters from the 3 clans had gathered. City Lord Aogu was a master from the demon race, while Vice City Lords Zhouliang and Jin Jiao belonged to the human race and monster race respectively. All 3 of them were Saint Realm Masters. Every 3 years, these 3 would compete for the position of City Lord. The other 2 who lost would take up the position of Vice City Lord. Together, they would be in charge of Floating Cloud City. At this moment, the masters from the 3 clans were discussing important matters. The 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom and Floating Cloud City was overcrowded, so they needed to make some arrangements to prevent chaos from occurring and bring disaster to Floating Cloud City's foundation. Moreover, during this critical period, they would not allow any Saint Realm Masters to set foot within 100 kilometers of Floating Cloud City. The 1,000-year demon flower was the symbol of Floating Cloud City and the foundation of its prosperity. In the 1,000 years before the demon flower bloomed, there would be many people who would come to Heaven Ascending Cliff to admire its magnificence. These martial artists that came and went brought a great deal of benefits to the city. It was precisely because of this that they were so serious about this matter. This was to ensure that when the demon flower bloomed, it would not be disturbed by the aura of any Saint Realm master. Master, old man? Aogu frowned and waved his hand unhappily. I won't see him. Let him go. The guard didn't leave. Master, bring it here. The guard quickly handed over the item, but Aogu only glanced at it for a moment before his complexion changed, his brow furrowed in confusion. Seemingly recalling something, Aogu took a moment to put it away. Turning to Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao, Aogu said, both of you, that's all for today. I need to meet someone. As City Lord pleases, Zhou Liang nodded lightly. After Aogu left, Jin Jiao glanced towards the door thoughtfully and quickly said, Brotherly, if this person knows Aogu's grandfather, doesn't that mean he has lived for nearly 1,000 years? Zhou Liang glanced over at him. Is there a lack of old monsters in this world? Jin Jiao grinned meaningfully. There are quite a few, but there aren't many masters who are related to the Aogu family. I don't know if Brotherly noticed, but the item that guard just brought in was the Aogu family's family token. Only those who have made great contributions to the family are eligible to receive one. As far as I know, the Aogu family has only ever issued a total of 3 tokens. 2 are in the hands of the demon race and are owned by the Aogu family's retainers, while the last one is in the hands of the human race. The one who came is a human. Zhou Liang concluded. He didn't feel any strong demonic chi from outside the house. Then there's a big problem. Jin Jiao's expression changed. What do you mean? Do you know which human race master obtained the Aogu family's family token? Zhou Liang pondered for a moment before quickly saying, to be able to make the Aogu family give out their family token, this human race master must be extraordinary. The hatred between the human race, demon race, and monster race was quite deep and basically didn't interact with each other, except in neutral territory. The Aogu family wasn't a small family, so to be able to make such a huge contribution to such a family, this human race master must be a character who could reach the heavens. Brother Jin, I don't know these secrets, but if you do, why don't you tell me? Jin Jiao glanced around before leaning a little closer to Zhou Liang and whispering a few words. Zhou Liang's complexion changed greatly. Really? I can't be wrong. Jin Jiao nodded heavily. If it really is him. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao glanced at each other and couldn't sit still any longer, quickly standing up and chasing after Aogu. Outside the city lord's mansion, Aogu hurried over, but after seeing the old man in front of him, he was stunned for a long time before respectfully bowing. This junior didn't expect that it really was senior. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. This junior hopes senior can forgive me. The several guards outside the mansion almost had their eyes pop out of their sockets. The demon race was an extremely arrogant and tough race, and the masters of the demon race would never easily bow their heads to others. In this regard, Aogu was even more so. After so many years, they had never seen the city lord act so respectfully to a new master. Moreover, this person was a human race master. What was the background of this old man? He was actually able to make Master Aogu bow to him. The several guards were in a daze for a moment. The old man chuckled. It's been many years since we last met. The little boy from back then has also grown up. It's rare that you still remember my appearance. How is Austin now? Aogu sadly replied, Grandfather passed away 100 years ago. Hearing this, the old man sighed slightly. My old friends are all gone, leaving only this old fart behind to linger on. Ha! What is Senior saying? Your existence is the blessing of the human, monster, and demon races. Ha! I'm too old. I really can't hold on any longer. The old man slowly shook his head. This little brother is... Aogu's eyes swept over the young man beside him, a suspicious look on his face. Junior Zhai Yao greets Senior. I am Master's disciple. The young man respectfully saluted and introduced himself. Aogu's eyes lit up, his expression filled with excitement. Senior has accepted a disciple? The old man nodded. I'm about to die, so I wanted to pass on my mantle. This child's aptitude is quite good, so I decided to keep him by my side to teach him. Young man, your luck is really good, being able to worship a character like Senior as your master. I'm afraid you'll be the envy of all living beings in this world. Aogu sighed. He could also tell that this young man named Jia Yao was not a human, but a monster race. It was just that the demonic qi in his body was perfectly hidden, so anyone below Aogu's level of strength would not be able to see any clues. Aogu secretly praised, thinking that this senior's mind was really open-minded. As a human, he had actually accepted a monster race as his last disciple. This was something no one else could do. Perhaps, in his mind, there were no boundaries between the human, monster, or demon races, and they were all part of the world. It was precisely because of this viewpoint that he was able to win the respect of the entire world. For a time, Aogu was filled with awe. While speaking, Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao hurriedly rushed out of the city lord's mansion and arrived in front of the old man, cupping their fists. "Greetings, senior. The two of you should be Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao, vice city lords of Floating Cloud City, right?" The old man smiled slightly. Indeed, senior's vision is like a torch. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao's faces suddenly glowed, as if they had never thought that this master would actually recognize them. Good, good. The old man nodded heavily. Floating Cloud City is so prosperous under the jurisdiction of the three of you. It seems you have put in a lot of effort. It would be great if there were more people like you in this world, able to put aside the gaps and barriers between races. At that time, all living beings under the heavens would become one family. This old master doesn't know if he will be able to see such a scene in his lifetime. Junior will certainly work hard. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao quickly expressed, "I don't dare say anything about other places, but in Floating Cloud City, Senior will definitely see it." "Haha, then this old master will look forward to it." The old man smiled slightly. "Senior, let's talk inside." Aogu quickly made an inviting gesture, seemingly not willing to let Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao talk to this master for long. The old man nodded slightly and strode in, the young man, Jia Yao, intimately supporting him. Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao glanced at each other before hurriedly keeping up, both wondering if they should take this opportunity to ask this senior to help them refine a few saint pills. Inside the mansion, Aogu arranged a banquet to welcome the old man and Jia Yao. On the table, there was a variety of fine wines, delicacies, and spirit fruits. The old man only tasted a few spirit fruits before stopping, but Jia Yao wolfed them down, opening his stomach and gulping down the food. Seeing this, Zhou Liang and Jin Jiao lowered their status and toasted Jia Yao. After 3 rounds of wine, Aogu asked, "Is Senior also here for the 1,000-year demon flower?" "Yes." The old man nodded. "But you can rest assured that I will not break the existing rules, nor will I harm anyone's interests. The most important thing is to bring this young disciple out to see the world." "We believe in Senior's character," Aogu nodded firmly. With the identity of this person in front of him, if he really needed the 1,000-year demon flower, he only needed to say a few words and no one would compete with him. At that time, the 1,000-year demon flower on ascending heaven cliff would fall into his hands. "I have come to see you for no other reason than to ensure the safety of this disciple of mine. This old master doesn't want to waste time looking for a successor. Please rest assured, Senior. In Floating Cloud City, no one will hurt him. Junior can guarantee this with his life." Aogu nodded firmly. "Then I'll have to trouble you. In exchange, I can help each of you refine a saint pill." As soon as these words came out, Aogu and the others suddenly became excited, glancing at each other before scrambling to put forward their own conditions. Chapter 701. At dawn the next day, Yang Kai, who was meditating, felt some movement coming from next door. Releasing his divine sense to investigate, he found that Songyan and Ramara's flying arrow had quickly left, presumably to investigate the situation at Ascending Heaven Cliff. Feiyu was drunk last night and had yet to wake up, so she was lying on the bed in an indecent manner. Her dress was lifted up to her thighs and her white skin was exposed, causing Yang Kai to feel dizzy. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai got up, picked up the bedding, and covered her up to block the light. It wasn't until noon that Feiyu lazily got up, stretched, and walked to the window to stand quietly for a while. "Hey, little martial nephew, let's go out and have a look," Feiyu suddenly suggested. "But Songyan martial uncle told us to wait in the inn for them to come back," Yang Kai frowned. "Don't worry, in Floating Cloud City, there is generally no danger. Even if there is an occasional fight, the city lord's mansion's people will stop it. Fei Yu leaned over and sat down beside Yang Kai, her beautiful buttocks swaying as she exhaled. Let's go out and have a look. It's rare for us to come here, so what are we doing here? Song Yin and the others may not come back for a few days. Are we just going to wait here forever? Saying so, she unscrupulously grabbed Yang Kai's arm and pressed her full body against his. Yang Kai's face went black. All right, let's go out. Just don't take advantage of me. Little bastard. Fei Yu gritted her teeth. The two tidied up and quickly left the inn, walking along the bustling street. Even if Fei Yu hadn't suggested it, Yang Kai had planned to come out for a stroll. Old Mandu had said that because the 1,000-year demon flower was about to bloom, many outstanding alchemists would gather here. Moreover, cultivators from all over the world would also gather here. With more people, there would be more resources. All kinds of rare herbs, spirit grasses, and spirit medicines that could not normally be seen would appear here. Yang Kai needed to collect some herbs. Although Yang Kai was now using Soaring Heaven Sect to provide him with herbs for alchemy, he still had some personal needs in this regard. Firstly, it was for his own cultivation, and secondly, it was for the sake of the ancient demon clan and demon god citadel. Before leaving the demon god citadel, Li Rong had given him a list of materials needed to refine saint-level pills. After such a long time, Yang Kai had already collected most of them, but there were still many that he hadn't collected yet. This was a rare opportunity. Inside Floating Cloud City, shops stood in great numbers, cultivators stood shoulder to shoulder, and the number of people coming and going was like a school of carps crossing a river. Fei Yu intimately held Yang Kai's arm and strolled with him on the street. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, attracting the attention of many people. Martial uncle, I don't think this is a good idea. Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable. As they walked, the occasional physical contact between them caused his mind to ripple. What's not good about it? I'm responsible for protecting you. You little bastard. Are you reacting to your martial uncle? Fei Yu looked at him and smiled lightly. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. I'm a young man. This is normal. Don't think too much about it. Fei Yu chuckled lightly, seemingly enjoying this scene very much, quietly whispering to Yang Kai as they walked. Along the way, under her guidance, Yang Kai was able to accurately distinguish between those from the demon race and those from the monster race. On Tongxian Realm, the human, monster, and demon races were the three main races, with the human race being the most numerous, followed by the demon race with the monster race being the least numerous. The fundamental reason for this was that the monster race's beast transformation pond was rare. The beast transformation pond was the foundation of the monster race. When a monster beast's strength reached a certain level, it could use the beast transformation pond to transform into a human form and gain sentience not inferior to that of a human. It could be said that every monster race member who possessed a human form was a master, which was very different from the other two races. However, this was not the entire situation. There were also some powerful monster race members who were born with the ability to transform into human form. There were also some monster race members with heaven-defying aptitude who could achieve such a level without the help of the beast transformation pond. These were the elites of the demon clan, the strongest of the strong. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he had gained a lot of insight. After arriving at the shop opened by Floating Cloud City's Alchemist Guild, Yang Kai strolled around a few times, a helpless expression filling his face. He didn't find the herbs he was looking for. Little brother, you've looked around a few times, but haven't bought anything. Could it be that the things in my shop aren't to your liking? The shopkeeper couldn't help asking curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. They're all good, but none of them are what I want. Is little brother an alchemist? Yang Kai nodded gently and showed his alchemist token. The shopkeeper took it and examined it, his expression suddenly becoming much more amiable. I don't know what kind of herbs little brother wants. If it's convenient, can you tell me? I can help you keep an eye out for them. Yang Kai casually listed the names of a few herbs. The shopkeeper wore an awkward expression and nodded. These herbs grow in very harsh environments and are very rare and precious. My shop really doesn't have them, so it won't be easy to obtain them. How about this? Little brother might as well go to the trading area and have a look. If you're lucky, you may be able to obtain some. Trading area? Yang Kai's expression changed. For this grand event, the city lord and the two vice city lords have specially designated a territory for alchemists from all over the world to trade. There are many outstanding alchemists there who will exchange herbs they don't need for what they want. You can try your luck there. Where is the trading area located? The shopkeeper enthusiastically pointed out the direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded slightly and thanked him. He and Fei Yu walked towards the designated territory. Half an hour later, Yang Kai looked at the open space and the lively scene in front of him and couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. What did it remind you of? Fei Yu saw his strange smile and couldn't help but ask. It reminded me of some of the past events in the sect. Yang Kai casually replied. The lively scene in front of him reminded him of the time when he was still very weak. High Heaven Pavilion, Stormhouse, and Blood Battle Gang converged in the Black Wind trade area. This kind of trading method and scene made him feel a sense of familiarity, as if he was reliving the illusion of the past. However, this trading area was not surrounded by a forest, and there were no elite disciples of the three sections. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai was surprised to find that many of the stall owners here were alchemists. They all wore their alchemist nameplates on their chests, indicating their status. There were also some who weren't alchemists. They should be cultivator who had obtained good herbs while adventuring outside and were now waiting for buyers to arrive. Some were buying things, some were selling things. The scene was very lively. There were even some who hung signs asking alchemists to help them refine pills. Everything here was basically related to herbs and pills. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Yang Kai raised his head and strode forward, stopping in front of each stall and carefully inspecting it. He really had a good harvest. Herbs that couldn't be found in the outside world could basically be found here. Most of the vendors didn't put forward any special requirements and could basically be bought with crystal stones. Yang Kai had a lot of crystal stones. Although he had left most of them to the ancient demon clan, what was left was still a considerable amount of wealth. After haggling with the sellers, he quickly obtained a few medicinal herbs. During this process, Fei Yu played a big role. Yang Kai never knew that this martial ant of his had such a sharp tongue. Mercilessly cutting down and showing off her beauty, she was often able to convince the vendors to sell at a low price. After half a day, Yang Kai harvested several precious herbs, all of which were necessary for him to refine the Saint Pill. Yang Kai was very satisfied. I helped you save a lot of crystal stones. How are you going to thank me? Fei Yu still held onto Yang Kai's arm and asked with a smile. I'll treat you to a drink. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes lit up and she happily said, Little martial nephew, you really know how to make martial uncle happy. But you're not allowed to get drunk. Otherwise, when the Tsangyan martial uncle and the others come back, I'll complain. I know, Fei Yu curled her lips. Just as they were talking, though, a burst of exclamations suddenly rang out not far away, as if something incredible had been discovered. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a faint fragrance in the air. When this fragrance entered his nose, it was refreshing and refreshing. Yang Kai and Fei Yu's eyes lit up at the same time as they glanced at each other, knowing that a treasure had appeared. Turning his head to look at the source of the sound, Yang Kai found that it had already been surrounded by 3 layers of people. Exclamations of admiration could be heard coming from that direction, and through the gaps in the crowd, Yang Kai could see a faint glow blooming. Let's go take a look, Fei Yu said, pulling Yang Kai along as she walked over. But even after squeezing for a long time, the two of them still couldn't squeeze in. Instead, from the crowd, someone shouted, Brother, how much is this thing? 10 Saint elixir pills. A slightly aged voice sounded. The crowd sighed. Brother, isn't this too expensive? Saint pills can't be refined casually. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can refine Saint pills. You just asked for 10. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Yes. Can you exchange it with other herbs or crystal stones? What about artifacts? I have a few spirit-grade top-rank artifacts. You can choose from them. 10 Saint pills. I only want 10 Saint pills. If you don't have any Saint pills, please leave. Brother, please make an exception. Don't be so unreasonable. What's the point of being arrogant? How can this thing be worth 10 Saint pills? What a joke. I think this guy is crazy. Big brother, give this thing to me and I'll be yours. How about it? A delicate voice called out. You woman, you're too shameless. Don't you have any integrity? Suddenly, someone said contemptuously, with your looks, you dare to show off? You really don't know your place. It's none of your business. A loud noise suddenly sounded, and the scene became even more chaotic. Chapter 702. Scram! An angry shout resounded through the clouds. Everyone instantly fell silent. Everyone's eardrums were buzzing. Some of the weaker cultivators even had blood flowing out of their ears. The endless clamor in front of the stall had clearly angered the seller. I don't want to repeat the same words twice. If you can't meet my requirements, please leave, the seller said in a low voice. Third order transcendent. From the crowd, a shout rang out. From the faint aura emanating from the seller's body, everyone realized that his strength wasn't bad. Immediately, some people who wanted to take advantage of him shook their heads and sighed before slowly retreating. At first glance, it was obvious that this seller was a fierce man. The kind who licked blood from his blade. Trying to take advantage of such a person was doomed to suffer. However, there were still many people who stayed behind, trying to haggle with the seller. The seller shook his head and insisted on the price of 10 Saint pills, refusing to budge. Gradually, the number of people in front of the stall dwindled, and eventually, it was completely deserted. Yang Kai and Fei Yu finally arrived in front of the stall, and after seeing the thing in front of them, both of them couldn't help feeling shocked. In front of the seller was a palm-sized ice lotus that seemed to be carved from ice, but exuded a vigorous vitality. The lotus was in full bloom, its leaves fresh and tender, and a faint fragrance slowly wafting out from it. Whether it was Yang Kai or Fei Yu, both of them felt refreshed, their thoughts becoming sharper than usual. A rare treasure, Yang Kai immediately concluded. Ice Heart Snow Lotus? Fei Yu exclaimed as she slowly squatted down. Her beautiful eyes swept over the ice lotus, and she couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. This is at least 10,000 years old, right? As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai's expression changed. 10,000 years. No matter what kind of herb it was, even if it was the lowest grade one, if it could grow to 10,000 years old, it was still a priceless treasure. Not to mention this ice lotus was obviously not ordinary. The seller's calm expression also changed slightly. He looked up at Fei Yu and nodded slightly. Finally, there's someone who knows what's good for her. Fei Yu pursed her lips and smiled. It's not that I'm knowledgeable. There were quite a few people who knew what was good for them, but they refused to tell the truth. If they wanted this item, they would naturally not deliberately exaggerate its value. They all wanted to take advantage of the seller's poor judgment. Can you really only exchange it for 10 Saint elixir pills? Fei Yu asked softly. The seller gently nodded. Fei Yu shook her head and sighed. She really couldn't take out 10 Saint grade pills. Not everyone could refine Saint grade pills, not even Saint grade alchemists. There was also a high chance of failure during the refining process. Therefore, every single Saint grade medicinal pill was extremely expensive. 10 of them could even steal a city. An ordinary cultivator. It was impossible to see 10 Saint elixir pills in one's lifetime. Uncle Master, can this thing nourish the soul? Yang Kai was quite proficient in identifying rare treasures, but after all, he hadn't been in contact with them for a long time, so there were some things he didn't recognize. On the other hand, Fei Yu was different. Although she was not an alchemist, she had lived for so many years after all. Her eyesight and knowledge were much broader than Yang Kai's. It wasn't strange for her to be able to recognize the ice-core snow lotus and its age at a glance. A rare treasure that nourishes the soul. Fei Yu nodded slightly. There's no need to refine it into a pill. You can directly consume it to display its full effect. Using this ice-core snow lotus, no matter who it is, their spiritual energy will soar. Strange, this thing is not easy to obtain, so why don't you take it yourself? Instead, you want to exchange it for 10 Saint elixir pills? I naturally have my own reasons. The seller didn't want to explain further. Do you have enough Saint elixir pills? If you do, we can make a deal now. If not, don't waste my time. Fei Yu curled her lips, suddenly feeling a little uncomfortable with this seller. Yang Kai pondered for a while. Finally, he opened his mouth and asked, "Can you give me a few days to prepare? How long do you need?" The big man glanced over at Yang Kai. 3 days. I can give you time, but I can't guarantee that I won't sell it before then, the seller quickly said. Yang Kai frowned. But I only have one sane elixir pill right now. That's your business. Seeing this man being so unreasonable, Yang Kai couldn't say anything more. He really wanted a rare treasure that could nourish the soul, but it would require 10 sane elixir pills. With his current level of alchemy, it would take some time to prepare. At the very least, he would need to collect some herbs that were not lower than spirit grade top rank, preferably saint grade. Coupled with a spirit array and myriad drug milk, Yang Kai was confident he could refine 10 saint elixir pills in 3 days. Of course, the price he would have to pay would be huge, perhaps even wasting countless materials. Just as he was considering whether or not to do so, a person suddenly squatted down beside him. Yang Kai turned his head and found that it was a handsome young man about the same age as himself. The newcomer also glanced over at Yang Kai, and when their eyes met, both sides saw a trace of surprise and admiration in each other's eyes. Both of them felt that the other party's strength was not low. Fei Yu's beautiful eyes also flashed a strange light as she stared at the young man. The man smiled gently, his smile somewhat devilish, as if all of a sudden, the world had become bright and sunny. This ice-core snow lotus is quite good. The young man withdrew his gaze and began to focus on the rare treasure in front of him. 10 saint elixir pills. The seller still indifferently quoted. Good, I'll take it. The young man nodded lightly. Yang Kai and Fei Yu both looked stunned. The seller also seemed to be in disbelief, frowning as he said, "Give me 10 saint elixir pills first, and this thing is yours." He obviously did not believe that such a young man could take out 10 saint elixir pills at once. The young man smiled slightly and threw out a universe bag. "Take a look for yourself. There are exactly 10 saint elixir pills. If you want more, I can't help you." The seller released his divine sense to investigate, and then his face suddenly lit up with joy before he stood up and left with large strides. In next to no time, his figure had vanished without a trace. He had left in an extremely straightforward manner and didn't even say a single word. Yang Kai and Fei Yu were both dumbfounded. The young man smiled slightly, stretched out his slender hand, and carefully picked up the ice-core snow lotus, putting it into another universe bag, and nodded to Yang Kai in a friendly manner. "Friend, I'm sorry, but I didn't steal your treasure. Everyone wants good things." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not intending to argue with this young man. He did not have enough bargaining chips, and someone else had beaten him to it. There was nothing to say. "Goodbye." After the young man said this, he quickly rushed into the crowd. That guy, where did he come from? Fei Yu was stunned for a long time before she couldn't help taking a deep breath. 10 saint elixir pills. He didn't even bat an eyelid. He should be someone with a strong background. Yang Kai stared in the direction the young man disappeared. And he's a very powerful alchemist. How do you know? Fei Yu was surprised. His fingertips emitted a pill fragrance, the fragrance of spirit-grade pills, which should have been acquired through years of alchemy. Fei Yu couldn't help covering her mouth in shock. Isn't that the same as you? Being able to refine spirit-grade pills at such a young age was not something an ordinary person could do. Although Mina was also a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist, she was much older than Yang Kai. But the young man just now was different. He looked about the same as Yang Kai. No, Yang Kai shook his head, his expression dignified. Maybe he's even better than me. Fei Yu was shocked again and again, unable to speak. Originally, she thought that a monster like Yang Kai would only appear once in 100 years. But now, in this floating cloud city, she actually encountered another one. But he's a gigolo. I'm not. Kai Yang suddenly grinned, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Fei Yu shook her head in amazement. He's just a bit more handsome. If he let his hair down, I'm sure he'd definitely be a beauty. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed a few times. It was a pity that a man looked like this. Let's go. Let's keep looking around. If there's nothing good, we'll go back. Yang Kai beckoned and Fei Yu hurriedly followed, discontentedly saying, "You said you'd treat me to a drink, Did you lie to me? Let's buy some wine and go back to the inn to drink. Seemingly having used up all their good luck, the two wandered around the trading district for 2 hours, but still didn't find anything good. Just as they were about to return home, however, they saw a man setting up a new stall and taking out a steady stream of rare herbs from his universe bag. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little expectant. This person seemed to be an alchemist as he wore an alchemist's nameplate on his chest, but Yang Kai didn't know what his rank was. The herbs he took out were relatively precious and could be considered rare treasures. Let's keep looking, Yang Kai said to Feiyu before standing in front of the stall and waiting quietly. The surrounding people also seemed to have discovered the difference in this place. Soon, many people gathered around. The herbs that this alchemist had put out were quickly snatched up, and the business was booming. When the onlookers saw that his universe bag was empty, they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Wait a moment, I have a companion coming soon. He has a lot of good stuff, the seller said. Hearing this, the crowd who were about to leave couldn't help looking forward to it. Friend, where did you and your companion get these treasures? They all seem to be quite old, someone asked curiously. Heh, there's no harm in telling you. We accidentally found a mysterious small world. There was nothing there, only some herbs growing there. These things were all taken from there. Your luck is really good, the person who asked said with a look of envy. Small sealed worlds could be big or small. The small sealed world where the ancient demon clan lived was relatively large, but there were also some small spaces whose entrances were extremely well hidden. They could be regarded as a kind of sealed world. In this kind of small sealed world, there may be treasures left behind by ancient people or natural treasures, but it was also possible that there was nothing there. Everything depended on the luck of the person who found this small sealed world. Chapter 703. Although countless cultivators from Tongxian realm had been searching for hidden mysterious small worlds for countless years, there were still many places that had yet to be discovered. These mysterious small worlds were all virgin lands that had yet to be explored, so they were very likely to contain shocking wealth. The alchemist and his companion in front of him were obviously extremely lucky to have found such a space. This caused the crowd to feel envious. Not long after, another middle-aged man came over and under the alchemist's call, began taking out a steady stream of rare herbs from his universe bag. Every time he took out an item, it would cause a scramble among the crowd. Those who came to this trading district to look for herbs generally had a relatively professional vision, so naturally, they wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. The scene was lively as the alchemist and his companion, one selling herbs while the other collected crystal stones, were both very busy. The two of them looked like honest people. They didn't take the opportunity to raise the price. Instead, they slightly increased the market price. This kind of increase made the buyers accept it willingly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was paying close attention and didn't rush to make a move. Because although these herbs were all good, none of them were what he needed. Suddenly, the alchemist's companion took out a fiery red, round object that resembled a burning fireball. As soon as this object appeared, the surrounding air became scorching hot. Everyone could feel the unique and powerful medicinal efficacy coming from it. There were even some densely packed web-like meridians growing out of the object, similar to the human body's meridians. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He quickly made a move. At the same time, many people who were knowledgeable also stretched out their hands, and in an instant, more than a dozen big hands reached out to grab the fiery red herb. Feiyu remained silent for a moment before gently stomping her foot, sending out an invisible shockwave with her as the center, spreading out in all directions. The hidden eruption of a third-order transcendent master caused those who were competing with Yang Kai to lose their footing and retreat. Amidst this chaos, Yang Kai and Feiyu exchanged a glance. Both of them revealed a knowing smile. The next moment, Yang Kai's big hand grabbed the fiery red round medicinal herb, but what he didn't expect was that another hand also grabbed the other side. Among the people present, only Yang Kai and he were not affected by Feiyu's aura. Looking up at the owner of the hand, Yang Kai was surprised, and Feiyu was also surprised. This person was actually the young man who had just bought the Icy Core Snow Lotus with 10 Saint pills. The other party also looked at Yang Kai. He grinned. After everyone had regained their footing, they glanced at Feiyu with fear and annoyance. But when he saw that the other party was such a beautiful woman, the anger in his heart couldn't help but subside. Hee, there's going to be a good show. Someone saw the dispute between Yang Kai and the young man and couldn't help but laugh strangely. Everyone wore strange expressions as they waited, all of them wondering who would have the last laugh and who would obtain this precious medicinal herb. Friend, what a coincidence! The young man smiled at Yang Kai, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. That's right. Kai Yang also smiled. Raising his brow, he asked, You also want this thing? Like I said, everyone wants good things. With so many good things, there's no need to compete with me for the same thing, right? Yang Kai said in an easygoing tone, trying to persuade the young man to give up. The other party slowly shook his head. Although those things are good, they're not what I want. I only want this earth fire core. The same as me. Then what should we do? The young man frowned. Never having expected to encounter such a situation, the young man turned to the seller and asked, Shopkeeper, do you have another earth fire core? The seller slowly shook his head. There's only this one, and it took the two of us a great deal of effort to find it. We had to search for it 1,000 meters underground. Earth fire cores only had a very small chance of forming in places where underground flames existed. They were known as the gallbladder of earth fire, a collection of all the essence of underground flames, and had infinite uses. If Yang Kai wanted to refine the Saint Pill to save the ancient demon clan, he needed this earth fire core. Yang Kai didn't know what this young man wanted to do with this earth fire core, but it was clear he wasn't willing to let it go so easily. Hey friend, please be gentle. If you use any more strength, this earth fire core will be destroyed. The young man's expression changed as he noticed Yang Kai's resolute attitude, feeling a bit troubled. Same here. Yang Kai smiled faintly, hesitating for a moment before saying, Didn't you just buy the Ice Heart Snow Lotus? You've already made some gains today. Why bother competing with me for this earth fire core? That's a different matter. The other party shook his head. How about this? If this friend can take a step back, I can compensate you for your loss. How about the price of this earth fire core? Yang Kai firmly shook his head and faintly said, If you can back down, I can also compensate you. Haha. The young man let out a hollow laugh, his face filled with helplessness. You two, arguing like this is making it difficult for me to do business. Can't you hurry up and decide who wants to buy? The seller also felt a bit embarrassed and urged. Wait a moment, I'll try to convince this friend again, the young man said bluntly. But before he could open his mouth, a man suddenly rushed out from the crowd, his eyes flashing arrogantly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the earth fire core, shouting, You don't need to argue. This earth fire core is mine. Yang Kai and the young man's expressions changed at the same time. In order to compete for this earth fire core, both of them had used a lot of strength and had already reached the limit of what the earth fire core could withstand. If this person who had suddenly appeared had really increased his strength, the earth fire core would have immediately been destroyed. Not waiting for this person's hand to reach out, Yang Kai and the young man both attacked at the same time, sending out two palms, knocking the other party back. The newcomer was also a young man, but from the way he dressed, it was obvious he had a superior status. Obviously, he had some background. After being knocked back, the young man's face filled with anger as he grinned. You dare attack me? You've got guts. No one in Floating Cloud City has dared to attack me. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. If you dare reach out with that hand again, do you believe I won't cut it off? The young man who was competing with Yang Kai for the Earth Fire Core said with a violent expression. When competing with Yang Kai for the Earth Fire Core, he could still maintain a calm demeanor and rely on his own means. But this person who suddenly appeared made him somewhat unhappy. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he didn't speak. But his aura gradually became dangerous. The onlookers suddenly cried out in alarm. Two little brothers. The seller quietly glanced at the newcomer and couldn't help his expression changing slightly as he whispered, This is young Master Nyetsong. You can't afford to offend him. Does he have a great background? Yang Kai asked in amazement. He found that many of the onlookers showed a look of dread when they saw this Nyetsong, those who approached him all distancing themselves from him. The other party's strength wasn't high, only an immortal ascension boundary 6th or 7th stage cultivator. So obviously they were afraid of the power behind this Nyekong. The seller stared blankly for a moment before quietly glancing over at Nyekong, seeing the other party's arrogant expression and not having any intention of stopping him. He immediately understood that this Nyetsong obviously wanted him to report his identity to these two brats who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, so they would take the initiative to back down. Calming down, the seller quietly explained, "Two little brothers should have just arrived in Floating Cloud City not long ago, so it's no wonder you don't know. This city has a city lord and two vice city lords, both of whom are Saint Realm masters. One of the vice city lords is called Zhou Liang, a master from the human race. He has a woman named Nye Chu Feng who is a first-order transcendent. This young master Nyetsong is Nye Chu Feng's nephew. Two little brothers, Vice City Lord Zhou Liang is very fond of Nye Chu Feng. So that's how it is." Yang Kai and his competitor nodded at the same time. This young master Nyerong had a Saint Realm master behind him and was also one of the overlords of Floating Cloud City. No wonder he acted so arrogantly, causing many people to fear him. Nyet Song sneered, "Do you know who this young master is now? If you do, put down the earth fire core. If you do now, I can let you leave safely." Yang Kai was stunned. Isn't it said that fighting is not allowed in Floating Cloud City? The seller's expression became bitter as he stammered, "Little brother must be joking. Where does this place not allow fighting? This rule is suitable for most people, but there are a small number of people who do not abide by this rule." As he spoke, he glanced over at Nyerong, intentionally or unintentionally. This Nyetsong obviously didn't need to abide by this rule. "Do you understand the seriousness of the situation?" The young man suddenly turned a serious look towards Yang Kai. "If you do, quickly let go. Otherwise, if this young master Nyetsong becomes angry, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave here alive. Why don't you let go?" Yang Kai looked at the other party with a smile. The young man sneered, I can't talk to you. Do you not know how to write the word death? Do you want to know if I'll die first, or if you'll die first?" Yang Kai refused to budge. Feiyu's beautiful eyes flickered as she paid close attention to the changes in the situation. Yuan Qi was secretly preparing to take action at any time. While the two were arguing, Nyet Song's expression became ugly. He found that these two were not afraid of him at all. Even after learning his identity and background, they were still arguing about the ownership of the Earth Fire Core. This made him very unhappy. Taking a step forward, Nyet Song coldly said, "I don't care where you come from or what your background is, but in this Floating Cloud City, I have the final say." Saying so, he once again stretched out his hand to grab the Earth Fire Core. The Yuan Qi in his hand flickered, obviously intending to destroy the Earth Fire Core if he couldn't obtain it. Yang Kai's expression became angry, and he suddenly threw a punch towards the other party's outstretched hand. At the same time, the young man's slender hand also moved slightly. Nyet Song's body suddenly froze in place, his expression particularly interesting. In the next moment, a bloody light blossomed as Nyet Song's outstretched hand was severed from the wrist, and before it fell to the ground, it exploded into a bloody mist midair. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.